Welcome to round 4 of the U.S. Senior Championships, aka Take My Coconuts Away. Time for Jesse to grind somebody else down with one extra coconut in an 85 move epic. Chut, on peut pas m'entendre. All right, folks. So, he is playing today as white against... Nope. Why does it show the wrong player? It's against Novikov. Oh, we're on the wrong board first somehow. There we go. There we go. That's more like it. Here's today's victim, Igor Novikov. I've played against him several times myself long ago. He was a very tough opponent. But now, like me and like Jesse, he's old and he's tired and he's having trouble keeping track of all his coconuts. And it's time for Jesse to shine and grind. And then tell him to watch his video afterwards. You got to win a rook and pawn ending, Jesse, and then tell them that you've got a video on the progression that they can check out. All right, we're going to eat like a rabbit getting ready. Oh, looks like we got somebody here in our Zoom room. All right, SB McManus is ready for another game of thwack. Enough snip-snop. Yesterday was almost some really classy snip-snop. I feel like if Jesse had won yesterday's game, SB, we'd be down for some more snip-snopping, right? If that had turned into just a real classy win, that would have been welcome. I mean, if you're an endgame lover, then you're getting everything you want at this tournament. We got 3 games and 3 endgames and 3 Frenches, so there's various lovers out there getting what they want, French lovers, endgame lovers. But most of us are Jesse lovers, and we want is more points. Feed us points. Feed us adrenochrome. Feed us the crushed dreams of the opponents. And then 15 minutes later, they'll forget because they're old. Why are we making old jokes today? No clue. Let's stop it. You want to see a King's Gambit? I think we could pray for another easy system. Would he play the easy system 2 games in a row? Would that be too much? Novikov surely saw the thwacking of Douglas Root. While waiting, the standings. Very simple, M. Penrose, and a very good question. So, the standings, and this is why we're calling for more points for Jesse. The standings are Jesse has 1.5 points out of 3. As you can see with this beautiful command that I've conjured up for you. But we've got a little bit of a problem in the tournament. We do. We do actually have a little bit of a problem in this tournament. And the problem is right here. I'll show it to you. Only one person won a game yesterday. 4 games were drawn in the tournament yesterday. There was 1 winner, but it was Vladimir Akopian. And this is a problem because he also had the 2 wins from the previous 2 rounds. And at this point, he's got like half of the wins in the entire tournament. That's becoming problematic. He ground out a beautiful opposite-colored bishop ending in our wildest game of the day. He's down a pawn here in this endgame. Just outrageous. So Christensen played the whole middle game great. Gone into the endgame up a pawn. This was the advanced Caro where the black king looked weak. And it took white 10 million moves to make something of it. But this breakthrough with f5 was sick and unfortunate for black because of the e6 move coming in. The rook switches to the c file. And it was really complicated, but eventually he won. Check. If rook takes rook f8 and he wins the rook. And then rook d7. Ugh, even more. Ugh. King h6, bishop e3 is mate. Bishop takes, pawn takes. And king e6. And you just queen the pawn. So, yeah. Heinous. And that's the problem with the standings. That's our problem right now at the U.S. Senior Championships. There's nothing wrong with how Jesse's been playing, but there's something wrong with how Akopian has been playing. And, and it pretty much... Papa! And it pretty much forces other players to start trying to rack up some wins, you know, and play aggressively. At least for those players who actually want to win the tournament. I don't know how many of them really care about winning the tournament versus just hanging out with their old friends or just playing some chess or who knows what, you know. Everybody might be into different things at this point. Supposedly some of them haven't played a single rated game all year, so, you know, maybe tournaments are not a priority. But for those of them who want to win the tournament, which definitely includes Jesse, definitely includes Melik, probably includes Shaba, they're going to have to start winning. Like, Akopian's not really giving them a choice. Yeah, I mean, he was, among all these players, I think he was the strongest at his peak, right? He was the highest class player here in the world. So, I
think only 2,700.
Oh, let's see if this is working. Kostya!
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hey, everyone. Okay, here we are, round 4.
Yeah. Battle continues.
How's everyone doing? Hello, hello. So I saw Jesse last night. We hung out.
Nice.
He seemed to be in good spirits.
Cool.
But yeah, he was kind of saying the tournament's over.
Because of Akopian or because of what? He doesn't feel his form,
he was
or
just
what?
like he was a bit despondent. You know, I mean, not just totally despondent, but he's got his sights on second place. Let's put it that way. He's
Wow.
I was like, you still have a chance. Like, you could lose the game.
That's a very early capitulation, Kostya.
But he's motivated. I mean, he's very pumped for today's game, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's got white against Novikov.
Yeah.
And
I think Jesse's realistic about the fact that, you know, he doesn't expect to go into a tournament and reel off 5 or 6 wins in a row at some point against this caliber of opponent. So,
yeah,
you know, if the other guy is going to win another 4 or 5 games, it doesn't matter if Jesse beats him once, right? Like, Jesse's not going to win every single game he plays. So I think that plays into it. A lot of people in chat probably haven't played in tournaments of a caliber where, you know, you can't just go on a winning streak like that.
But the juniors, they don't have this cynicism, you know?
No.
As long as they still have a chance, you know, you can get 6 out of 6 and get first place.
Yeah.
Like,
I know. Still in it. And their tournament's just as strong.
Yeah. Yeah, juniors tournaments are only just beginning.
But that's also because juniors are unrealistic, right? So it's sort of like, it's got its pluses and minuses, right? Like, they're going for it, but also they don't really know their limits or other people's limits, etc.
Mm-hmm.
If he eventually beats Akopian, then he's only half a point behind Spence, right? But I think it sounds like he's probably worrying that the guy's on great form, but Nothing's guaranteed. The guy could turn around and lose 3 games in a row. Anything, yeah. Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything could happen, but so far the guy has shown the best form.
Yeah.
Clear.
Yeah. That's
And
for
let me
sure.
see.
But, that's true of anybody who starts a tournament with a lead, and they don't always win the tournament.
No, but I mean, he's been very impressive so far. And I'm checking Jesse. Jesse plays Vladimir tomorrow with the black pieces.
Okay.
So that'll be a big game.
That would be really big, yeah. If you could get that.
So I know we were just, kind of assuming Jesse wins that one, but that is going to be a big upheaval. He's going to have to play the best game of his life, basically.
Well, I mean, if you want to win a championship, I mean, you have to be expecting great things of yourself, not just like an average outing, right?
Exactly. You have to believe in yourself.
Like, you want to win a championship, you have to believe that you can play maybe even 2 or 3 of the best games of your life in that week, right?
Yeah.
And, keep it together for the other games, too. E4 again.
And we're off. And he made the first move, too. No one else has even made a move yet.
Yeah, he was
guys
fast.
are-
Look, not even a second. Woo.
Yeah.
Blazing. Okay,
Wow.
no easy system.
Big reflexes there from Jesse. He was ready.
Yeah. Oh my god. It's more of the aggressive repertoire? We're spoiled, Kostya. We're spoiled. Oh, F4, yes.
Here we go. Yeah, Novikov's big Sicilian player. He didn't really hesitate. He just goes c5, knight c3, d6, f4.
It's on a whole other level from any of the speed runs or anything, Kostya, because this is like for real marbles, with tough opponents.
Oh yeah. No, this takes some guts.
Oh man, I love his choice to bring the aggressive repertoire to the old folks tournament.
Yeah, hilarious.
They'll be like, "Who let in this whippersnapper?" And they'll be like, "Is he really 50 yet?" Yep, he's 50. Oh my god, fake 50, fake senior.
G6, knight f3. I believe Novikov is very consistent, with the knight orf. So Jesse, so far we felt like he's prepped well. I have a feeling he's again gonna have this locked in. Bishop e5 check, no hesitation.
I mean, really, really well. I think his opening prep has been, just downright sick.
Yeah. So far, so good. He was bummed about the first game. I think he felt it was an unnecessary loss.
Yeah.
Feels like he should be on 2 points right now.
Okay. So he thought the other results were fine and natural?
Yeah. Bishop b5 check.
Did he say anything else about how he's feeling? Like, does he feel like he's on form, or like his opponents are tough, or he can handle them, or?
Yeah, I think he feels pretty confident. In terms of the level of play, with the exception, with an exception, but he feels pretty good.
Cool. Well, let's hope for no more exceptions.
Yeah. Okay. So, how familiar are you with the repertoire, David?
I know, the starter repertoire pretty fine. I mean, I've learned and sparred the whole thing out. Played it in tournaments myself, but limited tournaments. So, what we saw, like, for example, in the second game with the easy system was, he knew another 8 moves of theory compared to what I had learned from him. So.
Yeah.
So I assume that here again he's going to have like a GM level version of a repertoire that I know at the 12 to 1800 level, which suits me fine. I'm happy with a 12 to 1800 level repertoire to some extent. I mean, I am upgrading parts of my repertoire, so it's not fully satisfying.
Yeah.
All right. Some thought from Novikov. Bishop d7.
D7. Okay. Yeah, that seems like the most natural move. I'm sure knight d7 is probably playable as well.
Yeah. Knight c6 too.
Knight c6 feels normal. And now from Jesse, I'm guessing either a4 played. Or likely a4.
Yeah. A4 is becoming increasingly likely.
Very likely. And of course, he wants black to take on b5. He can take with the pawn. That's his idea. And open up the rook.
Yeah.
And if black goes a6, just like a straightforward, honest individual, what do you think the plan is?
Well, then you trade.
Then you trade.
On d7, yeah. And the inclusion of a4, a6 is a very marginal value to white, but it's not bad for white.
Okay, looks like he's getting his setup, his d3, his castles, his queen e1.
Yep. Doing the whole thing. Yeah. And critical moments come fast in this opening. Really fast.
By the way, we're going to get a special guest at some point.
Nice.
Got a visitor here.
In St. Louis live? Or by a Zoom?
Yes. In St. Louis. Yeah, he's going to come here and join me in a little bit.
Nice. And find you in that little closet you're hiding in.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have to make room when this happens. But I'll just say who it is so people will stick around. Because I think he's going to come. Hopefully it's not... I don't think it'll fall through. Very likely. But it'll be GM Eugene Perlstein. Nice. He's in town.
Cool.
Our friend and opening, actually very knowledgeable in these structures, the Grand Prix attack.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
a big expert.
This a4 is his move, Kostya.
Someone was saying, yeah, a4 is...
Yeah. This is an addition from Eugene to the aggressive repertoire.
So maybe some coincidence. Eugene visits this morning. All of a sudden, Jesse's playing a4.
Yeah. Well, he prepped and studied it earlier. It's not the first time he's talked to Eugene about this opening.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'll believe what I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they've discussed this. But still, he's in town. It must be a good luck charm.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna grab lunch and then he's gonna join.
Cool.
Knight c6.
Yeah.
Black is saying, okay, well, if I had played knight c6 last move, you would have doubled my pawns. I'm not a fan of that, but bishop d7, now knight c6 makes more sense.
Thanks for the tip. I will update this, Jake. Thank you. All right, d3 comes out before castling. Maybe there's some scenario where you'd go bishop e3 and maybe threaten d4. I guess, yeah, if black played e6, there I could see bishop e3 coming in. Why would black play e6, folks? If they want to get, you know, fancy and put the knight on e7 instead of blocking the bishop with the knight on f6. And one thing about e6 is it slightly weakens the d6 square. So you can go bishop e3 and then look at playing either d4 or e5 as a pawn break. For the tempo interested out there, you might say d3 and then d4 is going to be a lost tempo. But the idea is black has played e6 and g6, and only one of those pawn moves is needed to develop the bishop. So the tempo will come out fine, and d4 will be a little achievement because of black's weakness on the d file. So, question from chat: why does white want to trade the light squared bishop? And you've correctly ascertained that Jesse likes to trade this light squared bishop and wants to. Why not put it on c4? So there's two lines. Bishop b5 and bishop c4 are two main lines on that exact move right there after bishop g7. Bishop c4 is the issue that black's often able to contain that bishop. With e6 and a6 and knight e7 and b5 and d5. And the bishop can end up being kind of bad even though it's outside of white's pawn structure. Right? It's not blocked in by our c2, d3, e4 pawns, but black's often able to set up really strongly on the queen side and the bishop end up not being so good. I'm just painting a picture, yeah. A4 is usually better, though it has its own downside, which is knight c6, b4 in some cases. I wasn't playing a precise move order from either side. I was just trying to show you picture really quickly, because even here black could already consider d5, but yeah, a4 could be played. But that's, so the idea is, like, if you put the bishop here, black tries to like cut it off with d5, and the main way people play bishop c4 lines is with f5 pawn sacks. So like this kind of a position, trying to say the bishop's good versus bad. And both players are kind of fighting over that bishop's role, right? Will it be a chump, or will it be a... Does Jesse have a word for the opposite of a chump?
Yeah, like a wooden shield.
A wooden shield.
Yeah, it's like a really strong bishop.
Okay. Oh, new to me.
Yeah, he's been trying to make it work.
Okay. Maybe with Jesse's voice it works. I didn't get it just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't quite get it either. But
yeah.
I think yeah, like a shield has like four things on it, and then it's like a bishop that's firing in all four directions.
Got it. Yeah. Well, you obviously weren't like totally convinced yourself. Yeah.
I don't know if he'll catch on.
All right. So basically, white and black are fighting over whether this bishop on c4 will be a chump or a wooden shield.
Exactly.
Whether it will be touching some coconuts or will get touched by some coconuts, swarmed, mobbed. So that's kind of, it's a little committal and tricky, sharp, the battle around this bishop that happens in the bishop c4 lines. So he prefers bishop b5. If he can just trade it, it's kind of like he's trading his bad piece. He gets cleanly c2, d3, e4 pawn structure, castles, has space on the king side where the two kings are, and eventually plays an f5 pawn break, releasing his other bishop to be good. So in a sense, it's like positionally, everything's pristine in the bishop b5 line. It's probably a lot less risky for white than the bishop c4 lines.
You get a harmonious position.
Yeah.
Everything coordinates.
Yeah.
And yeah, black thinking early here after d3.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse very much in his book, looks like.
Yeah. And it's like these other people didn't have access to his book in advance, you know? Like they did not scout the aggressive repertoire.
Navigating the site is hard. They'd have to like find his course and then find like the forum and Discord and it'd be this whole thing. So
I mean, given that they're seniors, maybe, but the site's gotten much more navigable for most of our users. So. Yeah.
I guess.
Okay, well, a non-trivial move from Igor Novikov. Knight to d4. Setting up on d4, which is a nice outpost square. Re-offering to trade bishops. I could see Jesse castling and ignoring the whole thing. But the first thing we want to see is if this move was in his opening book, right?
Yeah. Do we have any intel on that?
I think just seeing if he spends more than a minute on his move.
Yeah, you would think, Jake. You would think. So Jesse's eating some sushi. Okay, knight d4. Knight d4 feels very thematic.
Mm-hmm.
And now the question is black threatening to take on b5, or are we not worried about that yet?
So, like, if we castled and black played knight b5, is that a threat or problem?
Yeah, or like bishop e3 maybe, or some other move, castles.
That looks playable for white. I would prefer if my c2 pawn were all the way to c4, honestly.
Mm. Yeah, I also don't really see the issue with bishop c4. I know we made a whole thing about how Jesse likes to trade the bishops, but black's very far away from both d5 and b5.
Yeah. There's things I don't love about this position without the bishop pair. Although, I mean, sometimes you play bishop takes c6, right? Which would be the same balance of pieces. And here the a pawn being on b5 is only an improvement, I think. So why don't I love this? There must be something I'm feeling slightly weird about. It's definitely not black grabbing the pawn with bishop takes c3. That is the least of my concerns.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that's the issue.
I'm in love with that position.
Bishop gets c4 with tempo. Bishop d2. It feels like a nice middle game. Even Abdul's like, don't take that pawn. Even Abdul. So Jesse just castles. Yeah. So we
all right.
We could get this.
Chess.com shows him as having spent 31 seconds on the move, but I feel like that was more like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Chess.com, but they got some issues with their like clocks, their lag, their.
Okay. Also, the arrows, Kostya. When I try and draw arrows now, it often doesn't work.
Oh, we lost arrows. Unfortunate. Probably a DGT thing. Yeah, I mean, if there's going to be a tech issue between Chess.com and DGT, maybe 50-50. 50-50 blame.
Okay. Guess the blame. So Jesse just doesn't care. He says, sure, you could trade the knight, you could trade the bishop, you could trade the whatever. I'm just playing my system moves, you know? Up to this point, just playing the system moves. Every extra move black spends also is tempi, right? Like Jesse would have traded on c6 at some point to keep the bishop from being trapped. If black goes knight d4, knight b5, great.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Why did the knight move 3 times to trade a bishop that was willing to trade it all along?
Yeah, I mean, okay, just to resolve the tension, you know, if black had played knight of 6, you know, the move before, there'd be e5 concerns and stuff, so.
Knight of 6 would be the really, what would I mean? The most basic move, right? The kind of first move-ish to look at.
Yeah.
Just develop your last piece, do a good square, and then castle.
But e5 looks dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see. Non-available tells us quite a few games with this Grand Prix system, and trading the white bishop with black's queen knight makes the mating attack on the king side easier and more thematic. Yeah. Yeah, what I'm questioning non-available is like how useful it would be for black. I'm saying Jesse was willing to play bishop takes c6 at some point. He sometimes plays it unprovoked without a6 eventually. Like, it just becomes a move. You hit a point, you know, let's say black doesn't have to worry about e5, which I haven't checked, right? But you hit a point like this, and at some point, you know, you think like queen e1 knight b4 is annoying or something, and you'll literally just trade and then play either f5 or queen e1, right? You may know more specifically than me if you've trained this more and more recently. But I'm aware that this is kind of something that Jesse's generally willing to do, is to trade the light squared bishop for the knight. He's got nothing else really to do with that bishop, right?
David, I'll be right back.
Yeah. So what I'm questioning is if in theory black took the knight on c6 that Jesse was willing to trade and spent 2 moves going knight d4, castles, knight takes b5 to make the very trade that Jesse is willing to make and is basically telegraphed he'll make. That's a little suspect to me. It seems like black's spending energy on something that white would just have handshaked anyway. So I think it's very clear that would be gifting white some tempi, right? And we've talked earlier this week about giving tempi to a tempi fiend. Yeah, I mean, I guess the knight f6, e5 question is pretty important because, yeah, you kind of need to play knight f6. The other line could potentially be e6, knight e7, but again, it's a little slower on tempi, and there are things I don't love about it here. Knight h6 also looks pretty bad to me. White could play h3, which is not outside of moves white wants to play, and then the knight is really seemingly going anywhere. So to me, the normal move would be knight f6, and Kostya says e5 might be dangerous. And Kostya is an honorable man, so are they all honorable men. So maybe we should calculate the line he suggests. Takeovich. Knight g4. Pawn looks like it's truly under threat. Yeah. Oh, thank goodness. Somebody who knows this opening.
Hello, guys.
Well, folks, brought a guest, Grandmaster Eugene Perlstein.
I was in town, decided to stop by. Sounds like a fun little stream going here. Oh, I know this position.
Yeah. So here, this is the live position, and then David is handling the analysis board.
Uh-huh.
And, oh yeah, Dave's gonna have to fix the cameras.
Can you show me a move by move sequence? I was wondering how they got.
Yeah.
I'll play it for you.
This is very similar to my course.
Yeah.
Check. And now I play a4. The idea is to force a6 or knight c6. And now d3, I think, is the more accurate one.
Yeah, d3.
Knight d4. Yeah, knight d4 is a little annoying because now they didn't play a6. Yeah, castle makes sense. You don't have to take it. I don't know, is Jesse out of book after knight d4? How much is he playing?
He played castles pretty quickly. It was
Okay.
But it wasn't 30 seconds. It was like 2 minutes.
Yeah, he spent 1 to 2 minutes, so we're not
Okay, and what
completely
happened
sure.
after this?
And then that's live position.
That's live. He just castled.
Oh, so they just started. Okay.
Yeah, well, there's a 30-minute delay, on the broadcast.
Hockey chess dude, hi. Who knew that the fan of this opening would be joining at the same day that it's played on the board? Right?
Yeah.
I thought
Couldn't
it was
be more
a
perfect.
Big coincidence.
Did Jesse plan it that way? He knew I was coming. Hey
The,
guys.
Conspiracy theorists have already started.
I know.
Okay. Oh, Black just played e6.
Yeah, the idea is to play knight e7 and castle. So that's the live position I see. Okay.
Yeah. So.
What shall we do after e6? We can always take on d4 and play knight e2. But do you have alternative plan? Can we go crazy with f5 here? So this is like a solid plan, but f5 is like more aggressive.
Yeah, 5 looks interesting.
Right, because now if they play knight e7, there is all sorts of threats. Like we can maybe take on e6, fe, and knight g5. That looks pretty bad.
Yeah. I would expect Black to take it if we played f5. GF or something.
Do you know Novikov? Have you played against him?
One of the first wins in the U.S. was against Novikov. I don't remember. It was probably King's Indian. I was black. And the funny part, I played him like around 2004, plus or minus, in San Diego at the U.S. Championship, and I beat him again, the King's Indian. So somehow I got lucky. And then I drew him with white in my very first GM round robin, which I did horrible in. It was Susan Polgar organized in New York Mayor's Cup in 2001. And the funny part, there are two players who had a horrible tournament. It was me. Guess one of the top super GMs in the world who had horrible tournament besides myself.
2001?
Yeah.
It was a closed tournament or open?
Yeah, closed. My first invitational.
Closed invitational, 2001.
GM Norm.
It was GM Norm. Top GM.
Yeah, he was a kid back then, of course. He is a super.
I have a guess, but Kostya can guess first.
Now he's a
Maybe
super
the chat can also try to guess.
He was a kid, 2001. Okay, narrows it down.
Well, New York, right? So it was a kid in New York, not Ivanchuk, not Mamedov.
Okay, my guess would
Not
be...
Grish. Think about American players, guys.
Exactly.
Fabi? Good guess. No, Fabi I think was much smaller.
I think
in
Jake has a
2001.
good guess.
I think
Naka.
Naka is correct. That was my guess too.
Naka, that's right.
Nice.
At some point, Naka lost a lot of games. I think we were fighting not to finish last. So that was my very first GM Norm invitation, 2001. It's funny, I was 21 already, and I got my first GM Norm invitation. These days, I think you get to these top tournaments much earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, all the juniors are already like GMs.
Which one? This is a YouTube?
Yeah, it's YouTube chat.
Oh, nice.
Chat. This one.
So round one, I played in in that tournament, I was paired white against Novikov. And of course, there was the Sicilian. He always plays c5.
Right.
It was some kind of h3 Najdorf. We ended up drawing. But the funny thing is, before the game begins, there's a photo of me, Novikov, and another famous player. Guess the famous, not player, sir, famous person, not chess player. Guess the famous person in that photo.
Where was this?
New York City.
And it's a New York person?
It's a famous New York person, yes.
Donald Trump.
Well, close, but no. Politician. So you're close because it's politics.
All right. Giuliani?
Yep.
Wow.
Good guess.
Mayor Rudy.
Yeah, now probably that photo is not so good, right?
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
But I have to be careful. But back then, he was like the star. Yeah, so I have a photo of me, Novikov, and Giuliani. And so that's the memory.
So what is your thoughts on Novikov's style? Because I mean, I heard he's like a very technical player, but he also...
Yeah, oh my god, he's one of the best technical players. I had one game where I played d5 against him. It's one of the few decisions I decided not to play King's Indian. And oh boy, did that misfire. I played like the Steinitz, this knight e4 move, what do you call it? The Steinitz variation in the classical UGD. And I was suffering as black. And he played like amazing technical game and like outplayed me in the end game.
But he also plays Najdorf, so he must like...
Yeah, that's kind of a thing. Back in the day, Najdorf was considered a positional opening, right? Because you get this like center grip and you have the slow. So it's a very... But the problem is like if white plays like a maniac, there's so many Sicilians where you get crushed as black. So Najdorf, it's like not quite his style, but he's been playing all his life, so he feels pretty good in those positions. Like for example, here black gets to play knight g7 castles, and white doesn't get an attack. Black is just better.
Yeah.
So statically, black is better. Therefore, white needs to do something. That's why once I became a GM, I was like adding more openings to my repertoire, like d4 and move 1, because I realized like I have to be more flexible. But at some point, I was always an e4 player all my life.
I feel like your idea to go f5 makes sense. And Jesse's thinking, so he's, well, as David says, Jesse's always about the critical moment in this opening.
How many people are watching us total?
Thousands.
Oh, nice.
I think we got maybe 100 or so across the two
both
platforms.
Yeah.
Maybe a few more.
Who wants to guess my coach who taught me this opening, the Grand Prix attack? I mean, everybody knows, but people who don't know. Maybe the young people. I feel like people who are above 20 will know dance. Shaba? I don't think Shabalov was known as the Grand Prix guy. And he was never my coach. But yeah, Shaba would be close enough because it's a US chess player who lives in the US. I mean, he used to play for many countries.
Shaba has a very wide repertoire.
Oh yeah. My score against Shaba is horrible. I'm losing to him with like left and right. The only time I was beating him, I think we drew. I couldn't even like finish him off. He's such a strong player.
Ooh.
His win against Becerra with the Caracan.
Yeah, that was nice.
I came up with that idea independently, the one that he played against Becerra.
Oh.
So it's like Shaba is like one of the best theoreticians. He follows opening.
Yeah, he's always looking at the trending.
F5 is played.
F5.
See, I guessed right.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys.
I am very happy to see this on the board. This is great.
Oh, this is gonna be a fun game.
This is gonna be awesome. Go, Jesse. Beautiful. Okay.
Eugene,
well,
you know the most about this line of anybody I know, but I'm going to tell you the one thing that Jesse told me about it.
Okay.
Which, maybe you'll already know, but, this is like the Jesse wisdom that stuck with me. He said in this line, the critical moments, like a very important move, often comes very early in the game. So you have to be prepared to stop and think really hard at some early point in the game where people might often be more used to like, let me just, play the simple move that finishes my development or, in this in this opening, you play f5 to start an attack, so I'll just play f5. But Jesse says, no, I mean, you really have to think and you have to time it. And there's really hard decisions to be made, often at moves 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, I totally agree. How would I spell Gingerhashvili? That's a pretty good guess, Steve. Yeah, Ginger, or as we all call him lovingly, he's the first GM who taught me this setup for white. And the way he would teach me this setup, I was like, I don't know, 14, 15-year-old kid. He would always say, you play black? So he would flip the board. He would take white. And he would crush me every game. That's prior to engines. Now I would get crushed by Stockfish the same way, but
That's how I like teaching my 800 students as
Yep.
well. I just play against them, Catalan, some opening tricks, and then that's it.
But like, imagine somebody plays a 5 against you, and you're black, and you're sitting, and you're like staring at this position. And you're like,
This
I'm
is
not,
very unpleasant.
yeah, I'm not supposed to be in so much danger that early in the open,
No, this is really unpleasant.
because you can't even play knight g7 castles. Maybe knight f6.
Well, let's break it down. What if black just goes like ef5?
I think it's one of the critical moves. It's a risky move, but at this point, gf5, ef5 are possible.
Yeah.
The thing about this opening, guys, is after ef5, white is not in a hurry to win back the material.
Right.
White just has a nice initiative. So, I don't know. You just have to look at moves like increase your pressure. I don't know what are like classic moves in these positions.
Like knight g5, bishop g5.
Even bishop c4.
So let's
bishop
just
c4.
let's
To
just point
explore
out
the
this
F7.
little detail, Kostya. Bishop g5, knight f3.
Oh, thank you.
But even there, we're not done.
Okay.
We're not done because I have ef at the end and I have big attack.
Yeah, David. Yeah.
Queen g5, ef.
Right? I can take on d7 or not, and then ef, and then b7 is weak. I don't know. I feel like after
Okay. Oh
bishop
yeah,
takes-
maybe trade on d7 first.
Right. Big
And then-
attack.
and then take.
Yeah.
Yeah, not totally over. Ooh, you would have to look at that carefully according to Jesse's theory of how to play this opening. Because there's a chance that that's what you have to do. I was thinking from my small experience playing this that the move might be knight d5, preparing bishop g5 if black plays knight f6 or knight e7.
Knight d5 looks very promising. Just you have a beautiful central outpost. You don't care about the b5 pawn. He can take twice.
Yeah, sure. Keep taking pawns black.
This looks very strong to me. I don't know. Bishop g5, knight d5 are my top 2 candidates for sure.
Yeah. So that's if black plays ef5.
Yeah, I doubt Novikov is going to do that because it feels too dangerous.
Right. I agree. Let's look at maybe gf quickly. So that stops knight d5.
Yeah.
So you probably don't want to play ef knight f5 if you're white, because then the knight on f5 is quite strong. But we need some kind of useful move. Yeah, this feels maybe how black should continue, right? Because we don't have queen e1 because knight takes c2, although even there, queen g3 tempo. That's a very interesting line, by the way. Sacking the entire rook on a1. I don't know if that works, but it's definitely in the spirit of this opening.
I mean, if we get the bishop on g7, I'm happy. So I think black would save the bishop here.
Well, you can argue bishop takes c3, bc, knight a1, and then the idea is queen g7, queen f6. But I don't know. I feel like maybe it's even considered. White can go for this.
Yeah, even this feels
It
playable.
doesn't feel like black is playing down 2 rooks at the moment, and rook on f1 is already involved in the game. The bishop on c1 is involved. The knight on a1 is semi-trapped.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised if this is playable for white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only drawback here is Queen G7 doesn't work.
Right.
Oh, GF on the board. Okay.
Oh, we guessed it. Yeah, I felt GF is more intuitive than EF.
No, look how interesting. He doesn't like tank too hard there. He just kind of realized, okay, GF feels
By
like
process of elimination, he just
Yeah.
like everything looks bad. Let me just play this
Yeah, like
and
what
hope
else?
for the best.
Because yeah, 97 didn't feel right, and EF felt very weak. So GF. Okay, now let's see. So we have.
But I don't know if it's in Jesse's style to play chess like this with white. Like go for the throat, like Shaba style and Tal style. Jesse is more like a positional, old school
Yeah.
player, so he's definitely showing a new kind of an angle of him that we, he's kind of principled. Like if I play a4, it's a very total different approach to chess.
He's trying. He's transitioning to becoming more of a attacking player.
So we gotta give him credit. So you see, guys, for adult improvers out there, at any age you can try to improve your attacking skills.
Yeah.
I like this suggestion to go knight takes d4. Yeah, I was thinking like black takes back with the bishop. It was ed4 ef or cd4 ef for sure. It's gonna be.
Oh yeah, that's a cool line. We should show it. CD4 EF, DC, and then FE.
Yeah.
And like the king just getting totally
Thrashed.
Yep. This is like, I don't know, it feels completely unstoppable, the attack here.
Yeah, this
Looks like a king's gambit.
Something has gone wrong. Yeah, so bishop d4 is forced. And then we just sidestep with king h1 and say, what's your next move? Now the queen can go e1 and other h5.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very nice for white, right?
It's like a long-term compensation stage. Like you're not in a hurry.
And short term. Yeah, like EF.
EF is an immediate threat, yes.
And like 97, like bishop g5, h6.
It looks
you
strong.
cannot really
Looks
develop
strong.
the queen to f6 because like bishop d7 is an issue. If bishop b5, knight b5, the bishop wouldn't work.
This looks pretty good to me.
Maybe
Pretty
knight
simple
e7,
solution.
knight g6, knight e7 perhaps. My only... But then queen h5, knight g6, ef. Because ef, queen takes f5. You can't take as mate. Oh man, this is bad.
I think black has to try to escape to the queen side.
But how?
Um,
Queen c7?
maybe queen e7?
Hmm,
Oh no, but ef is coming.
it's everything is so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like knight takes d4 is a good idea. Okay, so now he wants to castle. Queen h5 walks into knight f6. ef feels logical. But okay, white can also continue the attack on the other side.
Yeah, no, I mean, this doesn't look.
Right? I have this b4 always
Okay.
concept,
Yeah,
like a hook.
just.
My king is relatively safe on h1. Maybe bishop f4. Bishop takes d7, knight b5.
Here's like a really
Promising.
blunt move, Eugene. How about we trade on d7 and just play knight b5?
Yeah, that seems good. And then a7 is hit, d4 is hit.
Yeah, like they need to move the queen to not lose another tempo. We go knight b5. And if they give us a7, sure, I guess we take it. And if they save it with some
We're not
move,
even down a pawn. Right?
yeah, we're not down a pawn. If they save it with some move, then we can go trades on d4 and play c3 as a hook to open some more
Yeah,
of the
this
queen
looks
side.
Terrible, by the way. Yeah, let's hope Jesse finds this idea, takes in king h1.
And he's very logical. Because knight d4, I mean, you always want to play this, open up the rook.
Yeah.
Takes king h1, and then hard to find a move for black.
There might be some other great move too, as well as knight d4.
Maybe black should... No, I don't know, knight f6 and bishop g5, I guess. I don't know, like try to develop fast. But I don't know how. Yeah, it's good that Jesse has taken his time here. I feel like this is critical. Lots of critical decisions.
What moves could he play other than knight d4?
Well, bishop g5, we suggested. E takes f, I don't like as much, but at least the knight gets decoy to f5. I mean, you win a tempo. I feel like white has more than one good move in this position. But knight d4 feels like the simplest. Because that knight is so annoying, right?
Yeah.
Especially if c takes d4 doesn't work. C d4, ef. We didn't miss anything in that line, right?
Yeah, Merles, we figured out earlier that bishop g5 loses a piece, and then Eugene said, but it might still be good. It's just complicated. But it goes like takes.
I gotta look deeper, Merles.
Takes.
Deeper.
Takes. Trades. King d7 takes. And then there's queen b7 coming and also breaking open the f file.
Yeah, it looks very promising.
So
maybe black can hold this.
yeah.
But like white doesn't have to go into this, but still, it is an option.
Yeah. Maybe here black could try d5 in this line, which they couldn't with the g pawn instead of the e pawn. Because I don't like king c7, knight b5, obviously. I don't like rook b8 because my king doesn't have anywhere to run through, right? It's still just a wall.
Yeah, d5 makes sense. You gotta stop queen b7 one way or another.
Yeah.
And black, for the time at least, holds. I don't know if knight takes d5 is an option.
I would go knight d5, yeah. I don't know.
It gets another
You open up the king
3
even more.
pawns. With check, I mean, it's at least equal. We've at least got perpetual, right? I mean, there's no. It's just.
I mean, maybe they can
straight up
insert bishop d4 intermezzo so that at least the c5 is protected.
Then we'll just go c3, right? Or yeah, king here takes. Maybe c3 before taking on d5.
Yeah, so at least the c pawn is protected. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, we sacked 2 pieces, but
Okay, now they can play knight f6 and sack the bishop.
yeah,
So they're afraid of queen d5
yeah, and everything gets out for them at least.
and just like try to lock the center.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think this is Jesse style to sack this much, for sure. Knight d4 is simpler.
Yeah. I liked the queen e1, queen g3 line as well, allowing knight takes a1. I would not be running to a1 as black in this kind of a position.
Yeah, queen e1 feels definitely not Jesse style. It's almost too provocative.
But his aggressive repertoire does have a line where he allows the whole knight
That's
c2,
right,
knight
yeah,
a1 thing.
He did create an aggressive repertoire for
Yeah.
chessable.
So he's definitely aware of the idea. He's recommended it in at least one line.
Oh, and we should remember he played this aggressive, beautiful line against the French that he came up with. And that worked like a charm. He had a big attack. I feel like he spoiled it at some point by going to that endgame. And somehow he won the rook and pawn endgame. I think black must have misplayed it badly because it looked pretty drawish.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's definitely having fun with his white games.
But yeah, it's tough. I mean, when you're attacking, you have to make these big decisions. I like this knight d4 though. Bishop d4, king h1, and black's position is rotten.
Oh, did you guys read the book by Jesse, Lisa? I read it. I have it home.
Yeah, we have I found the copy in this room. Amazing.
Have you read it before, Kostya?
No, I have not.
Okay. I've read
I
it.
read it like when it came out.
Yeah.
I think he wrote it when he was in California.
Yep.
Are there any chess fiction books that are not about like chess itself, other than this? Well, there's Delusion's Defense, the famous one, Nabokov. But I can't think of like any other famous ones.
I just read a book called Check and Mate,
Oh,
You read that one?
which was like it's a romance novel
Right.
uh-huh.
where the two main characters are chess players.
There is a Stefan Zweig guy, yeah.
Schach,
Floppy, that's
Schach
right. He's
novella.
another famous chess author. Fiction.
Yeah.
You know, one of my favorite authors who mentions a lot about chess, Akunin. Have you heard of him, David?
No.
It's like Akunin. I think it's like in Japanese. It's like the evil character. So it's like a fake name, but it sounds very Russian. And it's by this Russian Georgian famous author who lives in London in exile because he is against the government. And he's got like so many books. One of his famous ones is called, I don't know if it's translated directly, Turkish Gambit. I highly recommend you guys check out his books. And there's a GM on chess.com who has the nickname of the same main character, Fandorin.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Chugayev.
Yeah.
So he also likes the book apparently.
Oh, right. I didn't know where his name came from.
That's from that book. That guy is like the main protagonist in every. It's like a crime mystery novel, but it's really like excellent character development, and it's usually set in like historic, like prior to communism Russia.
Jesse. He's tanking.
Yeah, see, that's the feel. Like it's not his type of position, so he doesn't want to make a mistake. He's tanking. Whereas more intuitive attackers would play one of these moves.
Yeah.
Probably faster. But okay, he's got the time. That's the beauty of this time control.
Yeah.
An hour and 40. Now the game only begins with hour 40 on the clock.
Yeah, but they have no second time control, just so.
Yeah. So wait, in this tournament there is no second time?
There's 2 hours and 30 seconds.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why there's so many probably mistakes closer to like move after move 40, right? Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely there's been some time trouble this tournament.
It's right when people are used to catching their breath and then they don't get to.
Yeah. Because you need like some kind of a mental break. You go to the bathroom, get a snack, relax.
Yeah.
But they don't have that. You are like in perpetual time pressure.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because very good snacks at the club, as you know.
Yes, I've played that. I really love the snacks. Some people play in the tournaments just for the snacks alone.
Yeah. They're always in my conditions for my contract.
So who are some famous players here? Dominguez lives here, Aronian, Robson.
Bobby.
Oh yeah, Fabi obviously
Fabi.
lives here.
Yeah.
Eric Rosen, not too far.
Oh yeah, Eric Rosen lives here.
Yasser. Yeah,
Yeah, sir.
strong
So you probably run into a chess player every time you go out for like.
zip code. Yeah, every time we go to like Whole Foods, like someone's
there.
Begum's there, someone's there. It's like someone.
Nice.
Dariusz Schwirch was living there.
Yeah,
Darius?
He's,
Oh, wow.
he's working the tournaments. You know.
Yeah.
Benjamin Bach, right? Lives here too.
Benjamin, yeah.
He's a student.
No, he graduated, but he still
Okay.
lives here.
Oh yeah, many people who graduate kind of stay in this area. Robson, I think, graduated and stayed in this area.
Exactly. Robson, Basif also, I think, is
Mhm.
around 94 on the board.
Oh, nice. Let's go.
Yeah, I was saying, I think we've got like 3 Olympiad teams here. So if we want to go this Olympiad,
Oh yeah, the Mingus Brizon, we have like half of the Cuban team.
Mesky is here. Yes.
Oh, that's the whole Cuban team.
Are there any chess tournaments this weekend or Friday night in the club?
They do a blitz. They do quads every Friday night and blitz every Saturday. So tonight there should be an event. Bach often plays.
I don't know if I have enough energy after a morning flight, getting up at 5 in the morning to play.
Yeah. But maybe tomorrow.
Oh, what's tomorrow, blitz?
Tomorrow's like blitz. It's like kind of slow blitz. Like I think. Well, I don't know. They change it up. Sometimes like 5 minutes, 8 minutes.
Oh, interesting.
Sometimes 3.
8 minutes.
Kobian plays?
So often.
He mostly runs it.
Yeah, he's just kind of around.
Okay.
But Benjamin might play.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we get some of the GMs here.
Nice.
Dennis Boros also.
Oh yeah. Nizhnik also went to one of the schools here. Chess program.
Yeah, a lot of
older.
Webster students, exactly.
And now
St. Louis has more GMs than most countries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially per capita. And he's got, number 1, I think, in the city.
I played my last time in St. Louis was in one of the GM, like B tournaments in 2018, prior to the pandemic. But maybe I'll try to play again. When are the GM tournaments usually run? It's like seasonal, like winter, summer?
Yeah, I think they do like 3-4 per year.
Okay.
But now they're working on the expansion, so...
Oh, expansion.
Tournaments have slowed down a little bit, but hopefully not for long.
Yeah, I haven't seen the new club since this expansion. Is it done, or is it there still?
No, they're just starting.
Oh.
So the club is in transition period.
So it's going to be much bigger and better.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. It should be fun. Hopefully they start doing more events. Black thinking here.
Well, he's definitely choosing between CD and Bishop D4, but I don't know. CD, EF looks pretty bad.
So if CD, EF, does Black have any move other than taking... Because taking the knight, I think, looks just lost. But other than taking the knight, is there anything...
But what did you accomplish? Then I just play take on E6. Also.
Yeah, why did we take on D4?
You might as well take on the bishop.
Like, you could play E5 to avoid FE6 and the F file opening, but then white can go knight D5 or E4, right? And it's just...
You're worse positionally as well.
Yeah. Just horror.
Yeah. With all these holes and no development on D5, D4. What's the question? Do you think when you start playing the senior championships, then the 50-year-old becomes the kid again?
Yeah.
Not sure what that means.
Well, because the age for the tournament, you have to be at least 50.
Yeah, I can't qualify, guys. I'm too young. I'm still a kid.
But oldest player in the event is 68. So
68?
Yeah, Larry C.
Oh my God! I didn't realize he's already 68. He's from Boston too.
Mm-hmm. And he had a very good first round game actually. He beat Benjamin.
He's a very strong GM. Always been strong GM.
Yeah.
Was a move played?
I heard a move. I don't see it.
Bishop took.
Bishop takes.
Yeah, so yeah, this is what we expect. King H1, and now the big dilemma is on black what to do next.
Yeah. And Eugene, somebody else in chat wanted you to know how much they liked Eval Like a GM.
Oh yeah, the book that I co-authored with Nate.
Yeah.
People are asking about like the Chessable version of that, but it's not so simple because how do you make them eval? I think we have to create like the special Chessable symbols where people can input like a multiple choice plus equal, right? Where they can. Yeah, maybe I'll talk to the Chessable people to see if it's possible to add a little bit of that.
Yeah. Or you could just try publishing it on ChessDojo if you want. Maybe we can figure it out for you.
Well, we've got the new positional test. That's actually what Jesse wants to do, is have people submit their answer with an evaluation.
Oh, great. Yeah, that's what I like. Yeah.
So we're kind of planning to build that anyway.
Yeah, let us Chessable your course.
Yes.
Jules Gambit, thank you for the raid. Hello. Folks, we are covering the U.S. Senior Championships. We're one of our own, Grandmaster Jesse Kraai is making his debut. It's his first time playing the event. This has been his dream ever since he was a young boy to play this event and try to win it. And we're watching his round 4. He's on an even score so far.
He's been steadily aging away, working towards this all along.
Is he the youngest participant?
No, actually, Julio Becerra is 50.
Oh, Julio is very strong. I played him many games.
Yeah. He's been around.
Traba is a perennial beast, and Vladimir Akopian has always been like a top GM in the world, like top 50.
Yeah, I mean,
he is just a beast.
Monster. Anamaya, thank you for the raid. Hello. Welcome everyone. I know they were just Anamaya and Jules were just doing the commentary for chess.com.
For one of the Magnus events, Champions Tour.
Exactly, Champions Chess Tour.
Nice.
Happening. Folks, we're watching US Senior Champs.
Yeah.
Grandmaster Jesse Kraai playing round 4 right now, live. And we're having a little watch party, sweating his action. He's doing great, actually. He stacked the pawn with f5 here. We're liking his position, I would say.
Yeah.
And by the way, this was the Grand Prix attack. And for those who want to learn more about the Grand Prix, maybe we can give them a link to my course.
Yeah. Let's try and find a link. Also, I'm going to play through the first few moves of the game really quickly because we have so many people just joining us. I think it'll be easier for them to get in on the action that way. So this move f4 here on move 3 against the Sicilian, this introduces the Grand Prix attack, which is a specialty of Eugene's, and also it's a piece of Jesse's aggressive repertoire. So there's a fair number of people here in the dojo who play and practice the same opening, and for us to get to watch the person who taught it to us through his course playing it himself, it's really cool. It's like you could imagine it kind of like a speed run, but really much higher quality.
Yeah, no, it's always nice to see someone stick to their recommendations.
Yeah,
it means they really believe in the thing.
So he brings out the knights, then he gets the bishop out here to b5. Jesse wants to set up a c2, d3, e4, f5 pawn structure for aim all the pieces towards the kingside attack. And so the bishop on f1 has no real place in that plan for him, so he just plays bishop b5 to try and trade off the piece that would be in the way or that would not be of much use to him. Bishop d7, a4 is a finesse that, well, Eugene can explain to you at some point if you're really interested, ask about it, but I'm just going to show you guys where we are in the game. Knight c6, d3, knight d4 using the outpost. Jesse ignores all the potential captures and just castles. And for anyone who doesn't...
one little note I can teach people.
Yeah.
If you go back a few more moves. Why a4 I like. a4, for example, black plays natural move a6.
Yeah.
I want to show you a cool little trap.
Yes. We need some traps like Perugia today. Did you see 9 moves?
No, not yet.
Oh my god.
So bishop takes d7, queen takes d7. And now knight d5.
That's rather direct.
So now after knight d5, knight b6 is annoying. So you have 2 moves, queen d8 and queen c6. There was a game, Nigel Short against Brazilian GM Fier, like 2600 strong GM. Brazilian GM played queen c6.
Looks natural.
Natural move. And after d3, e6.
Simple.
And now unbelievably strong move after e6. Queen e2. And already black is facing some difficulties with development. Because if you play knight f6, I can just play c4.
Oh, I see.
And you can't castle because knight e7.
So king has to stay on e8.
So in the game, black ended up playing knight d7 castle long with knight on g8 and got into like a maiden attack. So this is one of the cool traps.
Beautiful.
Crazy. Queen e2. I thought of the move, but I didn't know that black would have so much trouble playing around it.
Yeah.
All right, folks. So black goes knight c6, knight d4, getting to that outpost. Jesse castles. And what I wanted to tell anybody who's new to our dear sensei Jesse is that Jesse is a tempo fiend, right? Everybody carries around their preferences in chess, right? Some people like a space advantage. Some people like being up a pawn. Some people like being down a pawn, right? There's people like being down a piece even. Really extreme gambiteers. And what Jesse loves is being ahead on tempi, time. He likes when you move back and forth, move the same piece 2 or 3 times, and he's just castling and saying, yeah, go about your thing. So I think Jesse would have been very happy here as he castled. Black gave him another tempo with e6, looking for knight e7, instead of just moving the knight to f6 in one move. And Jesse said, all right, that's so much time. I'm so rich on time that I'm going to start exploding the game here. He spends part of his time on sacking a pawn to open up the rook on f1 and the bishop on c1. And Novikov accepted the pawn sack with gf5. Jesse traded on d4 and king h1. And that's caught you all up to the live position. And so here Jesse's primary threat is e takes f5. And there's a basic notion that if black plays fe4, de4, then the f file is weak as well. So that's something for black to, handle with care. Yeah, and that's where we are.
Okay. Well, so black has been thinking here for a while.
Yeah, this is where we had trouble coming up with the candidate move for black.
Hard to find a move.
Yeah. Kostya, if I leave you guys here with the board, can you handle it while I run an errand?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah? All right.
Yeah, we can talk on this position.
Cool. It should also update, as moves get played. So.
I think you gotta hit the little refresh arrow.
I did hit it once, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks. See you soon.
Yes. Beautiful. Okay, so now, white wants ef5, and queen h5.
So we did look at 97.
97 feels like most natural. Maybe we should revisit. But what do we want there? Queen h5?
Or bishop g5, I don't know.
Or bishop g5.
Both look pretty good.
Yeah. White's position is just so natural. Just like everything.
One queen line was 97, queen h5, knight g6, ef, queen f5. Because of the pin,
right?
They cannot take our queen. If they take on b5, queen f7 mate, and they can't castle because this bishop hangs. That's just game over.
97, queen h5.
Maybe castle, suicidal move, but I don't see immediate mate.
So
bishop h6. Yeah, it just looks horrible.
Yeah, rook f3.
But okay, I don't see move after queen h5.
Yeah, same.
Okay, the knight e7 probably is bad. Queen h5 in general looks good. So if knight f6, then bishop g5.
Right.
Knight e2, bishop takes d7, knight b5 ideas. That pin looks pretty bad.
Knight f6, bishop g5, or ef to me looks good, and then bishop g5.
That's true. Yeah, you can start either way. So it feels like black should abandon the plan of going kingside. Then how do we get our king to the other side? a6, bishop d7, queen d7, ef castle long.
Yeah, maybe a6 actually. So take queen d7, right? Ef, castle long. Also on a6 is bishop c4, so crazy.
Yeah, bishop c4 is very typical. Just the bishop on d7 is completely
exposed. Just leave it.
Yeah, that looks pretty good as well, actually. Yeah, a6, I'm not worried about a6. Unless, yeah, the bishop on c6, but unlikely.
like black could be in some trouble, or at least it's just not easy to find the solution here. Queen h4 for black. Okay.
I was thinking about queen h4 for black, by the way, Maris. But even after bishop takes, king takes, ef, or queen f3 followed by f, it doesn't feel like queen on h4 is causing us much headache.
Yeah.
Because bishop e5 with the queen on f3, I play g3.
Bad things are gonna happen to good people. Maybe. Maybe. So if a6, bishop c4, queen h4. Be some bishop e5. But maybe rook f4, and where is the queen going?
Yeah, that's a valid question.
Yeah, queen e7 or something, and then ef.
Like what, a6, bishop c4, queen e7, ef, castle alone?
Oh yeah, I was thinking the other line. But yeah, I think some queen e7 is maybe what's gonna happen.
Oh, with or without a6, I see. But without a6, you have to watch out for bishop takes, knight b5.
Yeah,
Even after you castle, it's not
Right.
going to solve you. So I think a6 has to happen if you want to plan that idea to at least stop that bishop d7, knight b5. And then bishop can go to c6 if ef in the future with queen on e7. Okay, at least it's a plan. We found an idea. a6, if bishop takes d7, queen takes d7. Ef, castle long. Also feels like white is a little bit ahead in development. White's not down any material. Probably white should be better, intuitively. But black at least is not lost.
Yeah, it's alive.
It's still knight coming out, maybe the g file, some hope.
Yeah. So
But very white is better after queen f3, I think. Natural advantage.
So it seems like a6, bishop c4 is maybe more ambitious.
Yeah, definitely more ambitious to stop black from easy development of queen e7.
Yeah, so queen e7, ef, castles. Then maybe just like queen e2. Get the rook to e1 and
yeah, because the knight is still not coming out. Knight f6, bishop g5, then you get really bad. Yeah, queen on e7 looks horrible.
Nice. Go Jesse.
Yep, it is Grand Prix. Looks like Novikov was tanking a bit with significantly getting low. And position's not getting any easier.
Yeah, it's not
I
an
feel
easy
like it's
position
only
at all.
getting more complex as the build-up continues.
And what to do? Yeah, I agree. It looks very fun for white.
Is that FIDE rating 2356 by Joyce?
I think so.
Wow, he really dropped his FIDE a lot.
Yeah, it's been
That's what happens when you play in the US tournament.
tough year. Yeah, exactly.
Everyone is so underrated FIDE wise.
That's why we feel like Jesse has good chances, because David was saying the lower rating you are, the more you've played recently, and so the better that is.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes yeah, if Novikov was 2,500, he's not gonna last with that rating in US Open.
It's not very yeah, though he did just play the US or the Senior Olympiad. They had the winning team.
Ah, yeah. But okay, that's one game a day. Well, here it's also one game a day.
Yeah.
Because US tournaments mostly it's 2 games a day.
Exactly.
Those guys will not last.
Yeah. No, I mean With all due respect, yeah, I feel like if they went to go play World Open, Chicago Open,
Yeah, no, they're like all these kids are gonna.
a lot of scalps. The kids are too good. I mean, no, Jesse, yeah, we were talking about this last night. You know, the 1900s, the local 2000s,
Yeah.
they're all just.
Well, I mean, I see from my students' games. Like, I have a student who went to National Open. He plays the Grand Prix. Every opponent avoided the Grand Prix with tricky move orders. He got nowhere with white, and one game he lost badly to an opponent who played like 98% game, perfect game. And this is like an 1800 level. So I wouldn't be surprised if anyone who is 1800 can play a perfect game.
Yeah. No, it's very tough nowadays. Where did black go wrong? I don't know. Any thoughts?
Yeah, that's a good question. Knight d4 maybe already feels wrong.
Oh, really? I thought that's not a typical move, or
Well, it's typical, but somehow it's like both e6 and knight d4 slowed black down. If you play one of those plans, start with knight g7 castle, then knight d4.
I see. Yeah.
So it's all about timing.
Makes sense.
I mean, I could be wrong with an eval, but if I were to guess engine eval, +1 around +1 area.
Wow.
But also the key is which side is it easier to play? People don't realize with engines, like engine always gonna play only moves if they're only moves for black. But that doesn't make the eval better, right? Like let's say every move is losing except like 5 only moves, and that line is like around equal. Nobody wants that line unless they're easy moves.
Right. Yeah.
Like here, I don't see any easy moves for black. So I don't really care if the eval is only 0.5 advantage or 0.9 or +1. It's clearly easier to play white. So any human should give white an advantage, I feel like, because it's so much easier to play.
Yeah. It feels very simple to go wrong here for black. Just like so many ways to get a bad position. And Novikov spending a lot of time. I mean, if it was obvious what to do, he would
So
do
it looks like Cartier was the secret training partner of Jesse.
Yeah, I think A6 is the best we found so far. But bishop C4 to me, yeah, looked still very tough for black.
Because if you put the knight on F6, you get pinned. You put it on E7, then Queen H5.
Yeah.
So like, it's not that easy to develop your pieces.
Yeah. And Novikov's spending a lot of time. He's feeling it too.
Yeah, if Jesse keeps playing like this aggressive chess, I feel like Novikov we can have a miniature here. He can lose in 20 moves. Because this is not a typical Najdorf. This is totally different type of beast.
This is a big mess. Yeah, I think on A6, either bishop D7 or bishop C4 seems good for white. I just kind of like bishop C4 just to leave black with this dud, but
black still has to answer a lot of questions after bishop C4.
Yeah, but I also like white's position if we just trade and go EF.
Because it's not like the bishop on D7 tempo helped black.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I lose a tempo with bishop C4, but what are you gonna do? Queen H5 is still on the agenda. Maybe the only benefit is when I play EF, you have D5 tempo to kick my bishop all the way back to like B3, A2. So in that case, maybe A6 is justified, just prep to meet EF with D5. But even there, I'm not fully convinced. Because F takes E is a big threat in some lines too, if the bishop moves to C6.
Yeah, exactly. Like we keep this pressure on the diagonal. But yeah, the more I look at it, the more I just feel like black kind of has to play A6 just because the knight moves just don't look healthy at all. And there's no way to shut it down. Like e5, you're just giving up the light squares.
Oh yeah, e5 looks really bad.
So it's
Yeah, we try to go
So
castle long for black. That's the only reasonable plan. Because we tried knight e7 and knight f6, it looked bad.
yeah. I think it's black. Like you just don't want to make a move. But what to do?
Well, you need to castle somehow,
Yeah.
but I don't know how. King side looks suicidal. Queen side is very hard to get. How was your European travels, Kostya?
Oh, it was a lot of fun.
Did you go to a chess tournament or just hang out?
Yeah, I played 2 tournaments. One in France, Corsica, and then one in
Oh,
Valencia.
Corsica. Wait, is that rapid or
No, it was an open.
open?
Patricia Open.
Because there used to be a super famous rapid tournament that Anand used to win all the time, of course.
Yeah, no, actually, Anand was there.
Oh, wow.
Because they did have a blitz tournament. It was
Yep.
like right after the Open.
Wait, is that the one where he won every single
He
game?
won 9 out of 9.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
just like
But yeah, day
insane.
before he visited our tournament, so he
Okay.
said hi to everyone. And no, I mean it was an island, so it's very nice.
Yeah. So you had Corsica. How did you do in Corsica?
I did okay. I got like I think 5.5 out of 9.
And did you play any strong GMs?
Yeah, I played Vladislav Nevnici.
Nevidnichi. Yeah,
Yeah.
he lives in France now, right?
I think
Because
so.
he's originally from Moldova, maybe?
Romanian.
Romania, okay.
Or I don't know where he's from, but I think he
Right.
was representing. But yeah, that was an interesting game. It was King's Indian. And no, that's some interesting games. It was a good tournament. And then I played Valencia in Spain. Valencia Open.
Valencia, Spain. That's usually because I played when I was a teenager, Oropeza del Mar. I feel like it's near Valencia because I flew to Valencia and I think I took a train and nobody spoke English. So I don't know how I got to that place because I didn't speak Spanish. But it was quite an interesting travel. So
Yeah.
you flew to Valencia, or you were already in Corsica.
Yeah,
okay.
and then I went from there to Valencia, and yeah, I like Valencia. I like Spain a lot. I just feel like the food there.
I feel like the food is so good in Spain.
Yeah, it's
And
really
it's
nice.
what, 1 round a day, all of these turns?
It was.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, no, it was very enjoyable. Yeah, the round was at 4 p.m.
Oh wow! So you had to do siesta?
Yeah, I napped before some games.
Yep.
And
Paella.
Paella,
Right.
yeah, Valencia is the home of paella, so
Yeah.
they did some good stuff there. Apparently, they also said it's the cradle of chess. They think it's where chess entered Europe through
Right,
Valencia.
because it went through Spain. It went north from south all the way to. And so, how was that tournament? Did you play anybody good?
That one, yes, I played. It's very strong. I am from China, and then I played Grandmaster Kovchan from Ukraine.
Kovchan sounds Ukrainian.
Yeah, and
Cool.
yeah, he used to be like 2600, which I didn't know. He was
very
underrated.
strong. How did you against him?
I drew.
Oh, nice.
It was a good hold with white. I was slightly worse.
You held.
Yeah.
That's how you end up in that tournament.
And I finished that one 6 out of 9.
Oh, that's very good.
So it was
good.
Yeah, I gained a few points. I managed to beat most the low rated players. Yeah.
Any top GMs played in that one? Because I feel like lots of
that one. No,
GMs.
like the first one, Corsica. The top player there was Lagarde, Maxime Lagarde.
The funny part is Lagarde was unknown when I went to Reykjavik. Maybe you were the same year with me. I lost to him, and he was this like random young GM I've never heard of.
Right.
I'm like, this guy is good, and then he was 26-15 like a year.
Yeah. No, very strong. Maxime Vacher Lagarde.
Yeah, almost. But then he kind of tanked for a while, Lagarde. He had like up and down performance. Kind of like Firouzja, right? He like had this amazing
very, like aggressive.
Yeah, Lagarde plays all the sharpest openings, yeah.
And then Spain, it wasn't as the top player was Juan Arizmendi.
Yeah, I see he does a lot of also Spanish courses. Yeah, Spain has so many tournaments. I think that's where Topalov took off. He basically played like non-stop open tournaments and got to top 10 in the world.
Right.
And that's he established himself as an elite player.
Yeah.
I missed 0 moves, huh? 0 moves.
Novikov's still thinking.
Oh wow, he's really tanking. Look at it, 109. And there's no increment. Oh wait, there's increment.
Yeah, there is
30-second increment.
30 seconds, yeah, but no extra time.
But yeah, if Novikov gets down to like 15 minutes, 30-second increment is not gonna help you if the position is complex.
Yeah.
Well, that probably means he's not seeing anything, while we're chatting, anything better than
Something that he likes,
than
yeah.
we like,
He would just
have
play
played
it.
it. So we also don't see anything good, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here in St. Louis. I haven't been here since 2018.
Oh wow, nice. How long are you in town for?
Let me think. Even Monday.
Okay.
Just a long weekend.
Nice. Yeah, we got the rest day on Sunday.
So if Jesse wins with my inspired opening, maybe it's a good omen for him.
If he wins, we should better go out tonight.
Yeah, we're gonna celebrate.
That'd be great.
Did we find a link to Eugene's course?
Yeah, there was one posted in the chat, I think.
Cool.
In the Twitch.
You can also go to Chessable/Eugene or Eugene Perel. I think it's Eugene. It takes me directly to my course. I think they created like a link.
Oh, chessable.com/Eugene?
Yeah, I think it goes to this course.
Nice.
Yes, on the buck. Grand Prix attack.
Yeah.
Should we check out the other games while this one is still thinking?
I feel like we might as well. We've been on here for a while. But maybe we can see how.
Who are like some of the interesting battles?
Well, Vlad Kopian is on 3-0.
Oh wow,
He's crushing it. Yeah.
Let me just quickly use it.
Oh sure. Just down the hall. Straight. Yeah, straight down.
Yeah.
Present.
A different game for a bit here.
Yeah, maybe we could just see how it's going.
Okay, he's black against Kaidanov. Looks like they played the Slav defense. The knight on f5 is good in this line. Black's knight is a little wandering. White's probably a little bit better.
Sorry, let me pull it up. Oh, A5. Okay, I see now. Ah, yes, it's like classic Slav structure, right? That can only come from this one line.
Yeah.
I think. Interesting. And Kaidanov way up on the clock, too. Oh, wait, let me see what happened in this opening.
Okay, I'll play through the game, sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. I got it. Oh, good. I just wanted to see. Interesting. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that is interesting, this King E2.
Yeah, it must have been some nice prep.
Yeah. Yeah, so this A6 move was just played. It's somewhat obligatory in the sense that if white plays A6, black's queenside structure becomes really trashed. So yeah, so A6 kind of needed to be played.
Kaidanov, yeah, Kopian.
Oh, this is some famous Slav line.
I'll just immediately recognized it.
I don't know how I recognized. I don't even play 3 this day.
Yeah.
What is going on here? A6 is played.
Yep.
So he's threatening knight c4, knight a5, or bishop b4. Okay. And if rook b1 and bishop takes c6, he takes the a pawn and says, so what?
Yeah, I think there's like a critical tactical question, which is if black goes knight c4 and white plays rook c1 and black plays knight d6, they lose to rook c5.
Yes.
So
what does he do after rook c1?
So what does he do with the knight?
Maybe rook b1, knight a4 is his idea.
Okay, so knight a4. Now bishop takes c6. There's knight c3. Let's quickly rule out rook c1 though to make sure that there's nothing I'm missing here. I didn't see a way out of the piece.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, right?
Okay, so knight a4. Yeah, the game seems to go on there. Let's ask another question. Bishop takes c6. B takes c6. Rook b1. Bishop a3.
Yeah, bishop a3.
And there's nothing that's going to work
Do you
out for
have
white.
time for knight d4, knight c2?
So like knight d4, king c7, knight c2, knight c4.
Exactly, and now we're kind of stuck.
Yeah.
King d3. Maybe king d3 is a move?
King d3. It's a weird line.
Somehow it's like okay for white.
Uh-huh.
Knight b2 check. King
c3, knight a4 check. It's like crazy. No easy square for the king, because king b3, rook b8.
Yes.
You could also try a really weird king e4 to d4.
Triangulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? King e4?
Knight c4, king d4. I was thinking maybe knight d2 would stupidly escape now.
Rook d1?
Rook d1, rook d8.
These are the clumsiest pieces like of all time.
Or maybe bishop b2 first.
Rook d8, yeah, 94. Yeah, that gets out. That gets out.
Okay, so probably no bishop c6 here. And rook b1 doesn't particularly win.
But I could have played after king d4, rook d8 check.
Yeah.
Yeah, a6 makes sense to stop a6 from white.
Yeah.
Because the white was threatening to play a6 to break up the coordination of the pawns.
Looks very double-edged.
Yeah, very double-edged. I mean, probably it's going to simplify to a draw with best play, but as always, these positions do, but it's very double-edged.
Yeah, I mean, Alcopian's been in amazing form so far. So you never know. I mean, black wins this a5 pawn.
And a big time advantage for white.
Yeah, that's why. Definitely not so easy.
Kaidanov was better prepped in the opening somehow.
Must have been, yeah. Igor is asleep. Here's hoping.
Yeah.
Any other interesting games? Shaba's games are always fiery.
Yeah, maybe Shaba.
Let me see what he's got. Whoa. He's playing Larry, who also likes fiery chess.
Oh, both. I think Larry's got Shaba's number. Larry always beats Shaba.
Okay, so it's an A3 Nimzo.
Clearly, Larry's in the fighting mood. He just castled queenside.
Hypercharged e4.
Okay, f3, e4, yeah. I played this b6, bishop a6 myself. I'm curious. Does he go for the knight a6 plan? Yeah. Knight c6 plan? Yeah, bishop d3, knight a5, queen e2.
Go straight.
Oh, I don't know about this knight b3, knight takes c1 plan. Never seen that before. This should be good for white. Nobody cares about the a3 pawn.
There's a lot of space.
Yeah, you gave up so many tempo to take that bishop.
Yeah. But then he doesn't ever take the a pawn, right? Instead, he starts trying to counter the center now.
Yeah, he wants to maybe castle queenside and play for e5. Oh, did Shaba have time to play f4, knight f3? Ah, queen a3, the rook hangs. Probably not, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Queen a7, f4 here.
And now castle long makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, we shouldn't take the knight, obviously. Yeah, that's not an easy position to play for white.
No, I mean,
I feel
white
like this
can't
is
castle.
not what white wants. Let's go back a few moves. Maybe this knight h3 move, because it allowed e5 idea. Maybe
e5 there.
Okay, well, first of all, you can just castle after e5. You don't have to take. That's my, like, why do you need to bother?
At which point?
Oh, no, after knight h3, e5, I said white doesn't have to take.
Right, yeah, yeah, taking
castle.
looks really weird.
But yeah, e5 is very principled, like you showed, with idea f4, knight f3 next.
Right, so e5 would be, right, grabbing some dark squares, giving yourself e4 for the queen and the bishop, and of course, just space.
Because now if black plays castle long, I think I have c5, bishop takes, queen takes, bc, queen a6 is mate.
Wait, but the knight's attacked by the pawn here.
Oh no, in the other line with the knight h3 castle kingside plan.
Oh, okay, sorry. So knight h3.
If black plays e5,
e5
and castle queenside, then I think white sacks the c5 famous idea.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Big attack.
Yeah. That's brutal.
Right, so this makes it quite difficult for black.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like black's plan was actually to, castle kingside. In this case.
But then f4?
Yeah.
Either way,
all right.
they're not so simple. Okay, maybe you can hold the fort with d6 and c5.
Right.
And try to, like, say your knight's kind of and the bishop are out of play. At least it makes more positional sense to me. Yeah, this is an interesting plan. Knight a5, knight b3, knight c1. Very straightforward.
Maybe fe, rook f5, actually. But I think, like, I already think knight h3 is in the wrong direction, and trading on e5 looks wrong. Both. 2 moves in a row I don't like.
Would Shabak have overlooked castle long after e5?
He thought a really long time on the capture. That's the move he tanked on prior to his current tank.
Ah, okay.
He spent 25 minutes on trading on e5 with e5 as the plan. You would think that in this position he would have seen castles kingside and queenside as candidate moves. But now he's sort of stopped dead in his tracks.
Liar 1980 may remember better than me. It's in my book, but in a different position. Because I wrote the book on the Nimzo Indian with Jinjin Albert around 2005, 2006 time frame. But do you think I remember my own analysis from that year?
That's amazing for someone else to remember it like that. Yeah, I just hate what he did, unfortunately. I don't know how else to say it.
Okay, we don't have to do anything. We can just play knight g5.
Mm-hmm.
And just maintain. Maybe knight will get rerouted to the center.
Mm-hmm. I would probably play rook d to e8 against knight g5, I think.
Yeah, you're happily sacking the f pawn.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to play d6 as fast as I can, right? Since white's king
Exactly.
is still finding its way off of this file.
You want to move? I heard a capture.
You heard a capture? Yeah, we got a move on Jesse's board. A move
FE.
41 minutes in the brewing, my friends. The
Oh my
longest
God.
move we've
That's
seen.
not a move we considered either.
We thought about it for like 2 seconds.
No, I
94.
mentioned it. I mentioned it.
Yeah, for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, for 2 seconds, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure Jesse did not even consider that as a candidate.
Really?
This has to be bad
Okay.
for many reasons. Knight takes e4.
Mm-hmm.
You just activated the piece with the tempo, and queen h5 is still in the air. What are we missing, guys?
He is a tempo fiend, but after bishop takes b5, the knight didn't gain a tempo. Well, maybe for the rook's development. I guess that still counts. Yeah.
Yeah, you can argue the rook has developed.
Yeah, after AB. Yeah, I think that's still
Right?
counts
It
as
can
a tempo.
swing on the 4th rank or
Mm-hmm.
on the A files, put in pressure.
Or take on a7, as Farouja learned today.
Wait, bishop b5, is there queen h5 in between move?
You mean not
I was considering queen
recapturing?
h5 as well.
Jeez, you guys are
But
violent.
maybe they have knight f
Knight f6, right?
Yeah. Not so clear. Ah, but the knight takes f6 and bishop g5. Ah,
of course.
brilliant.
Famous.
You saw that.
Famous tactic.
Wow, that's lights out. So maybe your move is even better, Kostya. Queen h.
Yeah, okay, this one I didn't see. But what I did see is that if black goes like queen e7 or something instead of knight f6,
Mm-hmm.
then we have rook takes f7. Tempo.
Oh, wow.
Winning a
Ay,
tempo.
ay, ay. More tempy for the
Wow, what a
tempo
move.
fiend.
Rook f7.
That's-
That's lights out.
That's lights out. I was going to say the exact same words. Oof.
Well,
So after
actually, what
queen
do you
H-
play after queen h5?
After queen h5,
Yeah,
it's
I think
over.
it's over.
I mean, against queen
H5
c7, it'll be rook f7 lights out.
Yeah, nothing really works anymore now. All right, so bishop b5 loses. Unless we're missing something obvious, but I don't see anything.
I mean, Merle suggests knight e7, which, from a certain perspective, keeps the game going. I think you get like
Yeah, I don't believe in moves like that.
rook f7, not queen f7. Then king d7. And then you can choose, probably you still have time for bishop g5, rook e8, and then
You can
finally
just
take on b5.
on b5 now and
Yeah.
just convert.
Yeah.
But yeah, bishop g5 is also winning.
Oh boy.
All right, so after knight takes e4, let's find the better move for black guys.
Yeah, he must have some follow-ups.
He has to do better than that after 40-minute tank.
Mm-hmm. 94, what does he want?
Okay, knight d6 is my obvious threat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Queen e7, queen c7, that's too slow, right?
Probably.
Queen e7, I would look at
Rook
rook
f7, I was
again,
going to
yeah.
say. Queen h5 and bishop e5
And rook
resigns.
F1.
Rook f1.
Let's
Tal-
look at
Tal
that.
would
Yeah,
play that
that's-
in a heartbeat.
This really
Same
looks
with
like a
queen
king's
c7, I would
gambit.
sack on this.
yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
Wow, so knight e4 may be just a miniature, guys, in the making. But you know sometimes how you make like a bad move after a long time because you look at all the other moves and everything looks bad. And the move that you don't look at, it comes to you and you're like, oh, I'm just going to play that move. And I don't have energy to calculate.
Yeah,
sure.
exactly.
And that's how you lose the game.
You just haven't rejected it for
You haven't
whatever
had
reason.
time Yeah, dwell on it, and you're so tired.
And Jesse actually hasn't even taken back yet, which makes me think he's doing his due diligence, just looking at other moves.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the live position. You could think about Queen H5 and even Rook F7, but
Yeah.
I was thinking about it. I didn't see any potential there.
Guys, this is just for fun, but I'm going to share with you a line from Icy in chat.
Yeah.
He goes, oh, Jesse just took, though. We have to know what Jesse did. Knight! The knight! Oh, the
Yes.
knight
Good.
game.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sure he saw all of these lines.
All right, here's what Icy gives us. Bishop takes b5, queen h5, knight e7 trying to run away, c3. Okay, maybe bishop takes d3 is a good move. Who knows? But check this out anyway. Bishop e5, queen e5.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Now black is thrashed. Just horrific
It's like a
fashion.
famous puzzle rush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boom. And actually, thinking about it, against bishop d3, he would just take the bishop, right? So bishop takes d3, he would take the bishop. And oh no, but black can take the knight, not the rook, right? Yeah. It's hard to know what's going on there.
Right.
Bishop takes b5's on the board.
No.
Quickly, yeah. Quickly.
Jesse.
All right, so queen h5 is game over, guys.
He's
So
gotta find.
Did he
needs
or
to just
did he
pause.
not see queen h5, Igor?
Oh, I'm sure he blundered queen h5.
But he played bishop b5 quickly like he did expect knight e4.
Right.
Okay, even
Ay,
if white goes
ay, ay.
AB here, it's not like it's
Oh yeah, AB is a nice,
pleasant position.
nice advantage, I would say.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
queen h5 maybe just game over.
Queen H5 is killer.
Wait, does queen h5, knight f? No, knight f6. There's bishop g5 with that.
Yeah,
We
knight
have
f6
knight
was
takes and bishop
brutal.
G5. Exactly.
We already looked at that. Yeah. Okay, what's left?
Like this.
Knight e7 can't be good. Queen moves don't work as rook f7. Yeah, queen h5 resigns.
I mean, maybe king d7? Just start running? Put on the shoes? But I mean, after rook f7...
You have so many options, right?
Yeah.
Like you showed with bishop g5 and ab.
I mean, material is equal. I mean, it's
You're not
nothing
even down it. Yeah.
Brutal. Okay, good.
So we may have to celebrate if Jesse wins this one in style.
Absolutely.
One of his best games.
Yeah, you guys need to try not to celebrate too much before, because I got to do the rest of the interview.
Oh,
I feel
right.
like he's-
Don't finish the celebrations before Kostya gets free.
Right.
Jesse can party a long time, Kostya. You can do
Really?
3 hours of interviews. He'll still be pumped up after this. Yeah. Shorter the game, the longer the celebration.
Do you have to interview how does it work? Like when the first game finished until the last game finished? Or something?
No, basically it's up to them. They generally like to interview either the winners or the leaders.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if Jesse finishes quickly, I think for sure they'll ask for an interview with him, which would be fun.
You'll be interviewing your own.
Exactly.
You guys can party during the interview.
Yeah, folks, definitely check out the St. Louis channel if
You
that
can
happens.
ask, like, in a very, very calm way, like, do you think that Novikov tasted you during this
Oh my
game?
God.
Do you guys want another trivia question?
Yes.
Which player did Botvinnik said is more talented than Kasparov?
Nobody is more talented than
He's
Kasparov. Is
playing
that
in
what he
this
said?
tournament.
He's playing this tournament.
No, I could be getting this wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm almost certain that.
All right, we're going to
it's a
see who's
famous
in the
thing
tournament,
in the
folks.
chess world.
Alice Lee?
See if we can remember.
No. Who is more? Botvinnik said this player is more talented than Garry Kasparov.
And they're in the tournament. Okay, we have some options.
We do? Garry Kasparov is very talented.
David, he's not asking about your opinion. He's asking which player Botvinnik.
I'm talking about Botvinnik is still alive, guys.
Yeah.
Not Alice Lee. Not any of the young juniors.
Right, Botvinnik never said anything about Alice Lee, right?
No?
Well, you never know. He might have predicted.
But I'm just saying, Botvinnik, his opinion's not going to be ridiculous, right? So the person has to be very talented for him to have said that.
Yes. Anybody in the chat maybe knows?
But guys, Jesse recaptured AB5.
No, boo. He
Was
played too fast. He
Oh.
violated his own rule.
Now I know the answer to your question is not Jesse.
Oh,
Oh, no.
I didn't mean to set it up like that, guys.
There's nobody here who's talented like Kasparov. I can't guess the answer to your question.
Was
It's
it?
too
My
hard.
guess would. I mean, okay.
I mean, it's a pretty easy guess. I don't know why you're stuck.
Yeah, it'd be either a Kopian or Shabala. Maybe a Kopian.
A Copian, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, Vladimir's an incredible player. I'm bummed about this AB5. I mean, he spent a little bit of time there, but he just missed something, huh? Like maybe.
I don't think he seriously considered Queen H5. I'm guessing he just liked AB so much, he's like, I don't see anything wrong with it. I'm gonna play it.
That's the problem with the
Because he only
tempo
spent
feed.
what, like 5 minutes on that move, right? Or less?
3.
Mhm.
3 minutes, yeah. He didn't even consider Queen H5.
But he was thinking about something. Like, I mean, just because, okay, he didn't take back right away.
That's true, yeah. At least he considered something.
We can blame KGB because he's always telling Jesse to move faster.
Yeah, usually I don't like to point out to players, like, if the engine pointed out something that they missed, but for this one, I'm like, Jesse, why don't you go Queen H5?
Well, we
Well,
also
we're
have
not
no
even into
engine.
the engine, guys.
I know.
For
He
all
might
we
refute
know,
it, right?
we
And
might
then
be dead wrong.
he might say, yeah, I looked at Queen H5, it fails to Bishop G6. And then,
No, I think Jesse may not have seen Knight takes F6, Bishop G. I don't know. I'm
That's
just making it
possible
up.
to miss, Knight F6.
It's hard to know.
Yeah.
right, because with this move
If,
order, Black can't play Knight F6. I know Patrick is saying maybe after Knight F6, you could like trade and go Queen H5 and set up Bishop G5, but I think from a very, very basic perspective, Knight F6 is just not played here because of Bishop G5. So by not giving the knight the tempo with Queen H5, Knight F6 is simply not a move that he has to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, granted, after AB, White is still better, and White has a lot of time on the clock, so maybe it's a practical decision by Jesse to not spend too much time. I always tell my students, when you have options and you have a big advantage, just keep playing good moves. Don't always look for the best move, because if you keep looking for the best move, you're going to get in time pressure and blunder later.
Mm-hmm.
So this may be one of those practical decisions that he did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Queen H5 is coming.
Right, like C3 is in the air, Queen H5, Bishop G5, Bishop F4
Yeah.
is very interesting to like
C3, Bishop F4.
to lure, yeah, to put pressure on that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Knight E7, Bishop G5, anyways, or Queen H5. Yeah, I
Yeah.
feel like White is seriously better.
Maybe he just wanted to enjoy the position a bit longer.
He's
Queen
like, I don't want
H5
this
too.
game.
Yeah.
I don't want this game to end, guys. I want all the students of the senseis to enjoy this long torture.
Yeah. But it's fine to play a short game. We'll just keep playing it over and over again and enjoying it for a long time.
Yeah.
He will make his best game collection after Queen H5.
Sure. F5, is that a move?
I doubt it.
Give up G5 square.
I heard
They're played F5.
Really?
Yeah. I think the
No,
main
but
virtue
I-
of Queen H5 was not allowing F5.
I doubted it.
Really, f5 is on the board.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he is so desperate.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I
I
don't know.
mean,
My
watch
intuition
this
tells me
move.
white is winning without even looking at the moves.
There's so many moves. There's queen f3, knight g5.
Oh yeah, queen f3 is very sneaky. There's always c3 intermezzo at some point.
c3 looks good to throw in. Yeah.
So many options. Bishop g5 is a move. Knight g5 is a move. Queen h5 is a move.
Against knight g5.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you have a case of too many good moves, and how do you choose?
Against knight g5, it's hard to find candidate moves for black. Like, I'm thinking maybe king d7, sacking an exchange, and hoping for knight f7.
Ah. Yeah, okay. At least it's an idea.
Because knight g5, I mean, if you defend the e-pawn with your queen, then queen h5 check, and it's even worse, I think.
Yeah, knight g5 looks very strong to me.
Simple and strong.
One idea, for example, knight g5, queen f6, like goes c3, bishop e5, d4.
CD, CD, bishop d4, knight e6.
90, exactly.
Nice.
And position collapses.
Yeah, knight g5 is simple.
Queen h5 half Vulcan, I mean, to me, it's a very logical move as well. The reason we're not rushing to play queen h5 is because Black's king is actually trying to like escape the center. And so we don't necessarily want to push the king to where it wants to go. We kind of want to keep it in the center, and really we want our rook on a1 to get to e1 as quickly as possible. It's like our goal. Although of course this position also looks good for white.
Just, maybe also good.
We might have something even stronger.
I have a different theory about what the priority is here for white.
Yeah.
My priority as white in this position, Kostya, you know, right or wrong, would be to try and get rid of the d6 or e6 pawn. Like, trade off at least one of the center pawns. Because I feel like my rook's already good on a1. You know, what I'm really lacking is, like, just to start opening up some lines and make it more clear what the tactical patterns are to get at Black's king.
Yeah.
And I feel like if I can trade either of those pawns off, you know, some clear weaknesses are going to emerge.
Absolutely. Oh, I mean, I already have, I think, but yeah, even more.
Well, white is basically playing up two rooks. Think of it like that.
Yeah.
When you're up two rooks, a lot of things, good things happen.
Yeah, it's a really nice position.
Against knight g5, queen d7, Abdul, you just play queen h5.
And queen h5 looks stronger. Yeah, at that point.
And that's just too powerful. You've got a whole buffet of choices after king d8, right? I think knight f7, knight h8 is probably the least good of them. You can start with c3 or rook e1 first, and then get an improved version, right? Like rook e1, they can't let you take e6 and f5. According to my theory, that's better than winning an exchange to collapse those squares. But if black plays e5, the rook's not defended. So then I will take it. Or maybe I'll just play c3 and trap the bishop and keep making fun of the rook. I don't know.
e1 looks, yeah, devastating.
Yeah, bishop g5 is an interesting question as well, Foos. I think black might just move the queen to b6 then. Oh, but then queen h5 is brutal. Okay, bishop
Bishop
g5.
e5 also looks. Oof.
Oh yeah, this looks very powerful. I don't know
Bishop
why we didn't
g5 is
say that.
very important option. Okay, let's say knight f6.
Knight f6, black might have to play, yeah, begrudgingly.
Then what? C3, D4.
c3, yeah, that's
You're
pretty
right.
nasty.
Oh, c3.
C3, D4, right?
Yeah.
Just open up the games.
Every
I think
time.
C3 they can castle.
c3 black can castle,
Yeah.
and then you take on d4.
And somehow they survive
They take
by a
on
miracle.
e4.
Because you can't attack the f6 knight. Somehow, right?
No, but you think black survived like just D?
Yeah, I only calculated up to here, and I couldn't see. Yeah, but maybe just D.
D, rook A3.
Yeah, the pin is deadly.
Rook a3, that is a move, Kostya.
That's where that A file helped.
Yeah, it's A4.
Rook a3, that looks like lights out again.
Yeah, you can't bring the other rook one from A8.
Yeah, rook on a8 can't compete with that.
Oh boy.
Yep, so that should be game over. So now Jesse just needs to find some strong idea.
Just really found a hole in Novikov's repertoire. I mean, this is,
well, that's what happens when you play the same openings all your life.
Yeah.
People prep for you eventually.
97.
I think here
C3?
I would throw in the queen check first to get rid of castling, and then play c3.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty brutal.
Yeah, because bishop e5, d4, right?
Mm-hmm.
So bishop g7.
Bishop g7, queen f7.
Queen f7. Does that allow queen f8? Because I want to trade queens.
Ugh, yeah.
Doesn't work.
But maybe not queen f7. Maybe you have other options.
F6 doesn't look bad.
Knight f6 is interesting. Bishop f6 is interesting. Any other ideas?
I mean, the FP is not really a threat, right? Because rook F7? You're just like rook A1?
Bishop
Well, rook
f8.
f7 to bishop f8 and somehow
Bishop F8, okay.
maybe you can hope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like somehow black is like still alive after this position. Maybe white can do better than this.
Okay.
Yeah, this was bishop G5. Knight G5, I feel like we didn't really find anything playable. Yes, no, is exactly.
Well, other order. He traded on e4 first, and then he
Right.
traded on b5. There was an important possibility for Jesse to play queen h5 instead of recapturing on b5. We didn't see a defense to it.
Yeah.
So maybe bishop g5 is not the cleanest. Unless we're missing something.
Well, let's look at c3 as well without queen h5. That's an obvious
C3,
candidate
bishop
move.
G7.
So. And
Make it like e6 pawn, like b3.
Icy said that against bishop g7 here, rook takes f5 would be an idea. I don't see why.
What's the idea of EF?
Without bishop g5. So c3 in the live position, and if bishop g7, rook f5 there. So takes, presumably check, king runs. Check, king keeps running.
Probably unnecessary.
And then bishop f4.
Mm-hmm.
So if bishop e5, he can trade and take his rook back on h8 with several extra pawns.
You're happy. And if bishop f8, queen takes c5,
Mm-hmm.
king d7 or king b8, somehow even there.
Yeah.
Yeah, king b8, knight d6 probably should win, and king d7, queen f5 back, and rook a4. Rook a4.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's very deep. Feels
Very-
like we don't need it.
Very much unnecessary.
Could be winning.
But looks really cute. Some kind of a masterpiece.
Yeah, no.
Black's, what did they say? Black's piece are getting ready for the new game.
Bishop f8.
Oh, wait. I think we gotta do a prediction. Alright, folks.
Oh, you know, in the position after queen f5 check king c7, instead of rook a4, you can also play knight takes d6.
Yeah, Morphe style.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Well, looking good. So knight g5. Where are we at with knight g5?
Let me see what variations we've got for you, boss. Knight g5, we looked at queen f6 and queen d7. I also verbally mentioned king d7 as being a likely move there. If you want to have a look at that.
Yes, actually downstairs is water and stuff in the kitchen. Yeah. Queen d7.
We went queen h5, king d8, rook e1.
Rook e1 looked like bad.
Yeah.
What about knight f6 though in that position? I mean, we always have queen f7.
Mm-hmm.
That can't be. That seems winning for white already. But,
Yeah. But it's not completely what we wanted. Well, but it's not. It's enough too. Queen f7.
seems good enough. Yeah, queen h4 looks good as well.
Because you take with check. King needs to defend the e pawn, I think. So, you know, d7 or e7. We'll put him on d7 for now. We'll take the rook, take back, c3, bishop e5, rook a7.
Oh, there's rook a7 too. Yeah, no, I mean it's just complete.
And just
complete devastation.
there's no reason black would be in the game.
Yeah, you don't shy away from this, even if you wanted to win brilliantly.
Yeah. If the black king had gone to f8 in this position instead, well, then we'd have a pleasant choice between knight e6 and other moves. But knight e6 looks very good. c3 would be another candidate move, maybe.
I like bishop f4.
Yeah. I would say this is the wrong direction for the king. I mean, it's walking onto the file where the rook is. It's walking towards the knight, which is a short-range piece. This bishop has h6 covered. Morphe NN 2024. That's a hope. But this is definitely a big choice for Jesse because knight g5 and bishop g5 are both going to look good, but he won't necessarily be able to calculate a forced win yet, right?
I mean, kind of. It's close.
It's close, but that's exactly where you can burn a lot of energy and not quite find what you're looking for.
Yeah. Both look good. Jesse has a lot of time on the clock, so he feels justified, I'm sure, to spend it. Because why not? If you spend time, you find the knockout, you won't need the time later on.
With the c3 move, did we make rook f5 work or not?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know. Very complicated anyway.
It didn't not work, but maybe there black should have played king f8. We didn't look at all the other moves.
Yeah. Yeah, black has options, but, I mean, certainly, I would take white.
Yeah. Even after king f8, you know, you take, the knight comes out, you go bishop g5. You know that if you win that knight, it's an easy exchange down attack.
Right. Yeah.
So that means black has like queen d7 and king f7 as moves. I don't think king f7, rook f1 is going to help black. So they're basically hanging on by some tactical thread. Queen d7, we just retreat on the f file. Good night.
Yeah. Let's go, Jesse.
So, I don't know, the c3 move, I mean, it's extremely violent, but...
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's always hard for me to judge because I guess my instinct is to try to win without sacrificing if I feel like both are winning.
Mm-hmm.
But then if the non-sacrifice is weaker, then you do feel like, oh, maybe I should take my chance now. There is a question about knight g5, king d7. I think their queen f3 is very strong because it hits the b pawn.
Right.
And it threatens knight takes e6.
Maybe knight e6 if they defend b7. But they can't give b7 at all. I mean, there's no world where they're giving b7.
No. Yeah.
I mean, then the king's not headed anywhere, and the rook on a1 is going to come into a6 or a7. Knight f7 is just winning easily and knows his opinion as well. I think that's where a game like this could slip away, actually knows. Like queen e7, knight h8, bishop h8.
No, it's all on f5.
And to me, it starts looking very unclear. But did you see Kostya's move? I mean, compare that to this queen f3 move. That's just murder.
Yeah, it feels bad.
Knight e6 idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, I would call this like a forced win if I had seen it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. How can it be unclear when you're up in exchange for nothing? You've sacked a pawn, nose. So you have a rook against a knight and a center pawn. And your opponent has like impressive central control.
Yeah, looks good.
Jesse's still thinking. So many tempting options.
All right, what other defenses to knight g5? Since we literally just killed king d7. There was queen d7.
Yeah.
There we could go c3, Kostya. And then when the bishop retreats, even just play knight e6, queen e6, rook e1, bishop e5, d4.
Yeah, I think that's good for white.
That's super basic.
No, I mean, we already had the other line with queen h5, rook
Yeah, that
e1.
also went.
Queen h5 looked good too, yeah, I don't
We
know.
found already 2 wins. Now let's find them with a dozen win, guys.
Collecting them. Okay, well, knight g5, queen e7, did we look at?
Okay, queen e7. There we go. That's a move.
What? But then same c3, 96.
True.
Yeah. So now we're lucky that we found the second win.
Right.
Oh my god. No, knight g5 looks like it wins the game.
Yeah, and it's like the most straightforward move.
Yeah. Definitely called for.
This could be a situation of overthinking if Jesse doesn't play knight g5.
Or if he plays it, but after an hour of thought, and then some, then something happens later in the game.
So queen e7, is there? Let's find a second win on c3. I'm just curious. But queen e7, rook e1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. And the bishop.
Should we find c3?
e5.
I think bishop
So
goes to
that's
e5
sacrificing.
then, right?
Then bishop e5, yeah. Then I thought c3.
And now
idea.
c3.
Setting up knight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or I don't know. Queen h5, knight f7 again.
Oh yeah, this is lots of options.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we had a queen f6 line that went queen f6, c3, bishop e5, d4, cd, cd, bishop d4, knight e6. Revisiting that, it looks as over as before.
Oh man, what's the no? But you can't give the e pawn as black. That's not convincing.
Yeah, queen f6 just traps that bishop out there, basically. No, okay, knight g5, it's over.
This I feel like is Jesse's kind of only like weakness in this game. It's just sometimes it feels like he doesn't find like the kill. Like against like Roots, he had like a very similar situation where he's kind of crushing and then somehow got into a rook endgame.
But there was different story. There he saw a way to get all his material back with this pass b7 pawn, or keep the initiative alive, but be down material.
Mm-hmm.
Here he's not even down. Here it's like you have options, and you're not even working.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I'll
far
be
he's
upset
not
if we get
facing...
into another endgame.
Yeah, if black survives to an endgame, I feel like that's a victory.
Was f5 forced? So Bank, the big threat from white here was queen h5. And also a big problem for black was that the knight was still on g8. It's hard to see how it moves, hard to move the rooks. But basically, the rook on f1 and queen on h5 are going to put amazing pressure along the f-file. So f5 is an attempt to shield the f7 square using his asset, which is having a bunch of center pawns. The only other candidate would have probably been knight e7 to move a piece out. Had you guys come up with anything else here?
I think we were struggling
No. Yeah, just tough position.
because you can't even set up a long castle.
You can't even castle long anymore.
You can't even castle long because there's always rook a7. So I don't even know where we're trying to go.
White is still up 2 rooks in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. And knight e7, there would be queen h5, and there's just nothing to be done other than king d7, Abdul. Maybe knight g6, though I don't believe any part of it.
You just see all opening prep and no endgame.
As usual.
I thought his endgame was always good.
Yeah, of course. He had a good endgame against Roots to convert.
Mm-hmm.
Knight G5 here looks like the move.
Although, how did Jesse get good in endgames if he doesn't come from the Russian school of chess?
Well, he got a book from some Russian.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
And the book...
Yes, he studied the Kalinichenko book, I think.
Oh, wow.
It was a
That's like
book
an old Soviet book.
with like 10 million endgame studies in it, and he would just solve them.
And Jesse's sensei is Vasily Smyslov.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Endgame virtuoso.
Yeah.
Also, Jesse's a big fan of that one.
So that's who his play is modeled after, in a way.
We need some Jinji virtuoso.
But it's interesting, like, I learned chess from Ginger. Like, I was already a pretty good master. And then Ginger learned chess from all the Soviet, like Botvinnik, Geller, Petrosian.
Wow.
So there's always this chess tradition that you learn from somebody who has touched all the elite players in the past.
Right.
Alright, so bishop g5 here, black could play f5. It seems like queen h5 would be the big move here, but knight g5 is also a candidate move in this knight e7 line that didn't happen.
How are the holidays in the Balkans?
Oh, we got to move. Bishop g5.
Oh, okay.
Almost half an hour.
Wow.
Not knight g5. Oh,
The
no.
time kind of flew. We were calculating for a while there.
Yeah, I think we also like bishop g5, but here knight e7, we didn't see anything so convincing.
Let's check our analysis. Bishop g5. We looked at knight f6, c3, castle, cd4, fe4, de4, cd4, rook a3 winning. Then we looked at knight e7 with one line, queen h5 check, king d7, c3, bishop g7, and we didn't have anything clear here. Uh-oh. Oh! But I've got a little something now. Let's go rook ae1. And against fe4, remember we played rook f7 reflexively in our conversations before?
Bishop d7.
Just take it.
Yeah. Oops.
Cool.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, rook f7 still looks good, but yeah. This is
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just game over.
Queen e7, rook f7, e takes d3.
Rook e6.
Yeah. Normally I'm bad at putting away games like this, you know. I can't find a way to make queen g5 or queen g4 in the game. But this time I saw it. Rook e6. Done.
Good to hear, working class. I was in Dubrovnik. Really loved it a long time ago. Croatia.
Nice. Okay, knight e7 played.
All right, at least we predicted one move from black. The question is, will Jesse play c3 or queen h5 check?
I liked c3 first,
Mm-hmm.
although I forgot what the difference was.
Maybe there's no difference.
Oh yeah, c3 we're just looking at castles, just for example, or stuff. Yeah, or that was the other line. But yeah, c3, bishop g7.
Oh yeah, I think we got stuck around here. We tried queen h5, king d7,
Right.
and this is where you started proposing rook a1.
Then we got rook a1. Yeah, but then, yeah. Game continues.
Yeah.
Rook a1 doesn't have a deadly threat. White is still better, but
Yeah.
and maybe even winning.
Let's try queen e8 maybe. Let's try to keep fighting.
Yeah, queen e8 makes sense. Yeah, now that black's rooks are entering the game, things are getting finally more coordinated for him.
Okay, how about queen e8, queen f3?
Did GM Kraai lose a bet and had to play one e4?
Another rook endgame. All right. I don't know for sure, but with queen f3, I'm thinking of maybe playing knight takes c5 check next move.
Yeah. But here black has to take, I think, and
Okay.
e6 somehow.
Then I take.
Knight d5.
I hadn't predicted knight d5, but let me play c4 as if I'd predicted this.
Looks cooked.
Queen g6.
Queen g6.
No,
I take.
Then I can take and rook f7 is a deadly threat.
Yeah.
Start with rook f7. Yeah.
I do. Boom. Got him. Knight c7. That's that knight placement that helped Magnus win the endgame against Nepo in game 6. Really keeps the queen away.
Oh, yeah, I think I know what game you're referring to.
Queen b7?
Sure, gotta come in. Let's just take stock how much we've sacked. A knight for one pawn. So we still have some proving to do.
Yeah. But white has a lot of threats. There's like queen c6 and
Yeah, white can just start picking up pawns, right? Or like b4 and just go.
Yeah, I guess queen c6, d6 is the closest thing we have to a direct threat right now. Merle says it looks better for black. Huh.
I don't like that Jesse's thinking again.
No, he thought half an hour his opponent played the most obvious move, and then he's jumping right back into the
Yeah,
tank.
he's debating between c3 and queen h5.
Or I think more
Always a tough
generally, he
choice.
just doesn't see anything clear, you know? The position's murky.
Yeah, I think you gotta speed up at some point if you're white.
Yeah.
But okay, he has 10 more minutes than his opponent. He thinks he's got enough time.
There is creepy killer. At least it's not me, myself today. At least it's the pet.
Wait, let's go back because we went pretty deep into this line. See if there's something simpler. This
Okay.
rook a e1 is 2 finesse.
Okay.
I did think white could just, in the live position, play c3, bishop g7, knight f6 check.
Okay, if that works, maybe it's an easier. So you force him to commit
Yeah,
to bishop f6 at least.
yeah. I think so.
Okay.
Otherwise, knight h5, yeah.
Okay.
And to me, this position looks very good for white. There's bishop, safer king, better pieces. It's no knight g5, it's no queen h5, but it's
Oh yeah, positionally you're dominating.
I mean,
and you may win the pawn. So
you would always think you're gonna win this.
right, yeah, this should be very nice because there's nowhere where the king goes. There's problems.
Yeah, but we are down a pawn, right? We're still down a pawn. There's that element
Right.
of commitment.
Yeah, like you can just play for domination with bishop h4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hard to say. Oh, I gotta run.
Okay.
Yeah, first interview.
Got some interviews. Yes.
Will you be back or are you gonna stay there?
I'll be down for a little bit. I think I got some
Okay.
interviews right now. So
Cool.
feel free to stay here or.
All right, I'll stay for a bit longer.
Cool.
Then maybe Kostya will get to interview Jesse.
Yeah. O to O is also possible, chat says. Knight f6 takes castles. Yep. That looks legal. Perfectly legal. And White's bishop pretty much immediately has to get off of the long diagonal that sets up all the mates. So the game goes on.
Yeah, this is dream for black if they can survive this far.
Mm-hmm.
Queen e8, right? Knight g6.
Yeah. I
Black's
agree.
doing fine. Yeah,
I
so I
agree.
don't like this.
Yeah.
That's funny. I feel like somebody may blunder castle in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise. This far into the game, you know, we're not playing Queen h5 check because it's running the king to d7. We're just kind of assuming the king's on the run. And then suddenly castles. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like White should have some kind of a crushing idea, but I don't see it yet.
Yeah.
So he's about to castle right now, right? And take our knight. Those are the two main threats.
Right. So I would go with the Queen h5 line that we'd been looking
Yeah,
at.
so Queen h5 makes most sense now.
King d7.
King g7, and now we have to think.
Yeah.
Because f takes e4 is not a move. Because if bishop takes rook f7. So we have
Pretty
one
much.
tempo. How can we use this tempo wisely?
Mm-hmm.
So you suggested rook a1, which makes sense. Bring one more piece into the attack.
Yeah.
Are there any other ideas? Blow open the game with d4. But maybe queen e8.
Queen e8 we have to have something ready for sure. I'd be surprised if there's a better move than rook e1.
Yeah, queen e8 is annoying.
If the knight retreats, we're really giving up a lot of our energy.
Yeah, if you go backwards with the knight, black has consolidated.
So I really want a move that doesn't give black too much time. Yeah, so I mean, to me, it's just got to be rook e1.
Yeah, rook a1 feels like the most natural. And if rook e1, what is our threat?
Queen f7 is one of them. Because now, for example, queen f7, queen f8, or e8 or whatever, queen f8 was the move. We'll
have knight c5, right?
We'll have knight d6 or knight c5, something like that, right? So
Nice.
even knight f6.
So if they play queen e8,
And if they played queen e8 in this position, we had queen f3, I think.
Ah, okay, so we sacked the knight.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how we got that knight d5, knight c7.
Right. In this position, we tried fe, queen e4, knight d5, c4 once. It looked pretty good. I think I'd had another line in mind as well in the fe4, queen e4 line. I was thinking king c7, queen takes e6, and then if the knight moved, then I had rook f7.
Was there a move played?
For them, no.
Not yet.
Jesse's just tanking away. The problem with your line, Abdul, is you're moving twice in a row for white, which I'm not doing. Okay, we've got to move.
All right, let's see what it is.
We've got to move, and the reveal is c3.
Yes, one of the good moves.
12 minutes. Bishop g7 in 12 seconds. Man, Novikov's just like blitzing this thing now.
Well, yeah, we kind of knew that bishop g7 is the only move, so not a surprise for us.
Right. But as a player, you're less certain. I mean, he's playing a lot of moves pretty quickly here. He played knight e7 in 1 minute. Last move against bishop g5. He played bishop takes b5 in 30 seconds. 5 minutes on f5.
Keep in mind, because Jesse was thinking for a long time, Novikov has already thought about his moves too.
Yeah.
So it didn't come as a surprise, c3. Yeah, queen h5. What else besides queen h5?
We've got a queen b3 suggestion, which looks reasonable to me as well. It doesn't allow castling.
Queen b3. That was a move I considered when I was looking at.
Goes after something I care about. There's a bishop f6 candidate move too. Yep, I agree, Liard.
After queen b3, is there c4, queen c4, d5?
Maybe queen back to b3.
But then I can take fe.
DE.
Then it's a mess.
We're getting some moves played. Queen h5, check, king d7 on the board.
Yeah, so we expected that position. Now rook a1 we thought was the best.
Yeah, to me. And I guess this queen b3 line is already irrelevant now that his queen went in the h5 direction. Yeah.
Yeah. Queen b3 I didn't like too much.
Yeah, I think it's possible what Fuz is saying, that basically Igor knows his position is probably bad. And he sees that Jesse's kind of struggling to find the kill and has struggled to find a kill before. And so he's just blitzing out some moves to put Jesse in time pressure.
Well, granted, bishop g7, king d7 are the easiest moves. You don't have a hard decision there. You don't have when you have to play only moves.
Yeah. So bishop f6 played by Jesse. Chess Guidance official against queen f7. Eugene had found a defense when I tried this earlier. He played queen f8. And I just couldn't do anything against that move. holds it all together, and yeah.
By the way, if your pawn was on c4, queen takes e6, king e6, knight c... no, rook's not on e1. For some reason, if the rook was on... no, never mind. I thought some checkmate pattern that doesn't even work. Never mind.
Okay, played bishop f6.
The game now.
This was a move that was sort of on the radar. But we haven't analyzed it particularly. So far, you guys see the black pawn structure is holding the white piece, is keeping the white pieces at bay a certain amount. It's really, I think, a game of trying to poke and find an inroad into black's pawn structure in the center.
What to do against queen f8?
Okay, what to do against queen f8? Rook a e1. No, there's bishop takes f6. Jesus.
White's initiative is dissipated.
Mm-hmm.
You need something fast.
Yeah.
Feels like already messed up somehow.
Oh, there's the move queen g5 is playable here against queen f8. Oh, queen f8 just got played too.
If rook g8?
If rook g8.
You like white is losing the initiative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't see a follow-up to that rook move, sadly. Ah, this is a live position. I don't have a move for Jesse. I don't even have one more move ahead planned.
Go for a draw.
Patrick, I thought that after queen f4 in this line, that black could take my knight. Yeah. The problem is every position that I saw here where I prevent bishop takes f6, black could play fe4. And every position where I prevented fe4, black could play bishop takes f6.
I'll be back in a few minutes, guys.
All right. How much faster? Good question, Filet. If we're analyzing this position alone, not with audience, not with chatting and so forth, I think we would go much faster, but there would also be like an occasional mistake, right? Because now and then somebody in chat or you know, Kostya to me or Eugene to Kostya or whatever, sometimes we get a little correction. And in a certain sense, that correction could make things go faster, or might be something that would just be an omission and lead to a blunder if we were actually playing the game. But to some extent, we can go,
10 to 20 times faster than we can talk. But then you hit some limit where you just start going over and over again the same variations that you've already found, and you're no longer finding new ideas, and you're just stuck on trying to make a decision around what you've seen so far. It depends on the players, on different players. Strengths and weaknesses, what they get stuck on. Some people might get stuck on evaluating the positions that they've calculated. Other people might get stuck on, they know there's some resource they haven't found yet and they're still looking for it. Okay. Live position. Merles has a wild suggestion, g4. So the f-pawn is currently sort of pinned to this bishop e7, rook f7 idea. So if black took here, Merles would take here, hitting the queen, and then go rook f7. Which is not like a complete KO after e takes d3, but it's probably between good and winning. So that's the basis, first basis behind Merle's g4. Now this piece is also hanging, so black could take, and then Merles wants to play gf5. Bishop can't move because of fe6. But what about knight f5? What is Merles going for? Probably a rook takes f5 sack. Anything else is not really going to make sense. Yeah, confirmed by Merles. The plan was to take, check in here, and then maybe rook f1. Or there might even be knight f6 and rook e1, king f7, queen d7, king f8. Yes, gefilte fish. Probably. Something like 10 times faster. Knight takes c5 is a candidate, queen d5 is a candidate, knight f6 is a candidate, rook f1 is a candidate. I think rook f1 is the clearest move, yeah. If the bishop moves somewhere random, you have queen g5 check, and then you take the queen, bishop e5, queen g5 check. Otherwise, you just play knight f6, and then the knight can come to d5 or whatever. You've got a continuing attack. The knight's as good as a rook. And against bishop h4, which is the only move that stops queen h4, you have queen here probably, queen here.
All right, I'm back. What's the action?
Jesse can't find anything and his clock is ticking down, I think.
So we had queen h5, bishop f6. And black has gone queen f8.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, and Jesse's down on the clock now. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, you're looking at g4.
We were looking at g4. That's a Merles move.
Merles move.
It was pretty decent, but we hadn't finished proving it. So here's the key variation for you. g4, bishop f6. takes, knight takes, rook takes, pawn takes, queen takes, king here. And then here we're still working it out.
Okay. Let's see. Wait, sorry. Can we just go through this one more time?
Of course.
So G4. Black goes bishop takes F6.
Mm-hmm. So I can just tell you black can't take on E4 or G4 because of bishop E7.
Yeah.
Or it's like discouraged, right? It's not immediately over, but that's kind of the idea.
That seems...
So then we're thinking, okay, well, black wants to do something, and white's getting ready to play GF5, which will help white. So we started by trying to take the piece. And then we go GF5 for white, and now black's got a lot of possible moves.
Yeah.
A lot of possible moves. Maybe not a million. I mean, E5 is certainly a candidate move. E takes F5, rook F5 would probably be the same as knight F5, rook F5. We don't really know what he missed. Knows. It's hard to say. Well, he's pausing forever on like every move knows because he doesn't know what he should do. That's the part we can explain.
A lot, yeah. Like multiple moves. You would think he would have seen the follow up already, but then he like continues. I mean,
it means
it's
that
typical though. When you're attacking, you have to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, it means that even when he's playing a move, he hasn't figured out how it works. He just felt like finally he had to make a move, and then unfortunately his opponent played pretty quickly, and he still didn't know what to do, and that continued and continued.
Why can't we take on E7 first and then go G4?
Okay. We got to move. Bishop E7 played.
Let's go, Jesse. At the same time. Because I didn't like this giving up the bishop.
Bishop E7, Queen E7. All right, and so now you're saying maybe G4 could be played here, right?
Then G4, yeah.
Yeah. I had earlier considered this without talking about it, and I'd thought of maybe knight G5 as the follow-up, going after that E6 square, but I hadn't looked at G4 in this position here. He's done something. He's done G4.
Let's go.
All right. Merle's validated. Kostya move ordered it. Retooled it. G4. That looks reasonable. He's come up with something for sure here.
Yeah, I mean, let's forget about what the position looked like a few moves ago. Let's just not compare that. Let's just think, let's compare this to the starting position.
All right. Let me just give one baseline.
Yeah.
If black played queen e8, you could actually play queen takes e8. And now I think black wants to take with the h rook.
Yes.
Because the king's defending the two weak squares and the other rook's stopping rook a7. So I'm just going to play rook e8 for now to give this baseline position, and then gf5. So now I just want to, just sort of basically stop here and have a sense of this position. This position looks pretty amazing for white.
It looks nice.
C3 pawn's really good against that bishop. Knight on E4 is pretty nice. Light squares are a bit weak. Rook on A1 is bothering you. So, I mean, it's nothing like you're about to win the game in 2 moves. But, I mean, I would think White's advantage is more than half a pawn.
Definitely a nice advantage, yeah, at a minimum.
So it's like, it's a really, it's clear and it's pretty significant. That just gives us a little bit of a baseline here, right? So we go with G4. The idea is to collapse those light squares. Nice. Black can't take on G4. Taking on E4 is some version of good for White. Black could put a rook on F8. But again, that rook on A1 is tickling him. It's like Jesse's position is just too good.
Yeah, I like White's position a lot. Let's look at Queen E8 again. Let's just see, do we have a second option? Or we have to go for...
There's maybe Queen G5.
Yes.
There's not going to be a ton of options because of FE4.
Queen G5, Queen G6. Oh, we take on F5.
Yeah, then we take on F5. Or maybe they take the knight here, right? And allow Queen G7. Oh, but they can't defend the 7th rank. No, that's out. Queen E7, Rook F7 wins the queen, and king back, Rook F7 wins the king, basically.
Yeah, unplayable. Okay, so we're still in business.
Okay, so...
The dojo's still a rockin', so don't come a knockin'.
So Queen G5, Queen G6 could be played kind of similar to Queen E8. At some point here, we have to then take on F5. Black takes our queen. I don't know if you want to throw in FE for fancy points. It doesn't seem to change much.
I like FE.
Okay.
Style points.
We'll throw it in.
But it feels like we win time, right? Because then we get Knight G5. With...
Oh my god, it does win time. The rook gets to F7. I somehow miscounted it all. Oh, that's pretty killer.
That's huge. Yeah, it's huge.
It's pretty killer.
King D5.
You want to play King D5 or we're joking around?
Oh no, I think that endgame is cooked.
Okay, yeah.
So Queen E8, Queen G5.
Yeah, is good.
Same position, but with queens on the board. I mean, looks fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So Queen G5 moves for black there. Yeah, I mean, you can just sort of keep playing the game, but if white keeps that knight on E4 and wins back their pawn, meh. 11 to midnight. Whew. It's saucy, this position. It's saucy. Still looks really, really good. Actually.
Looks fantastic. Absolutely.
It's amazing that we're 19 moves in and we've already lived so much, you know? So complicated, this opening.
If black goes D5 on G4.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right, because C5 is defended with the queen on the board. I have to assume it's GF5 sacking the knight, right? But I guess knight G5 is a full candidate as well.
Yeah, knight G5 is like the safe option. GF5 looks pretty good.
So, okay, the only move that challenges it is they take the knight, right? And then we take with check. And I don't think they can take either way. I think the king runs. Oh, but then rook F7 is pretty easy
rook
too.
F7 anyways coming, yeah. His structure B2 C3 is quite beautiful. It's very very nice. Very effective.
Do we need to verify that king E6 loses?
I mean, I looked at DE4 and thought it's good. It's just too much. Just too much. I mean, too many open lines. No way. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would even calculate it in a classical game with all the time you have. I would just, you have to cut some things off when they're over. So. Well, then, I mean, it feels to us like GF5 is crushing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We've got to move, by the way. Queen E8. It was on our candidate moves.
We're
We
starting
saw
to
this.
understand something. Yeah, about these.
The position's clarifying a little bit, right? There's a few less options, so it's more predictable.
So Queen G5, we haven't found any answer.
No. And frankly, GF5 is a clean advantage. Oh, sorry, not GF5. Queen E8.
Mm-hmm.
Queen E8, GF5. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Queen G5 looks stronger. If they trade pieces, it's a loss. If they move the bishop somewhere, we've got GF5. Do they have bishop takes C3? Our knight would skip away. Ha ha ha. Queen G5, Rook G8 we didn't look at.
Yeah, Rook G8.
GF. You could try and get rid of the dominatrix on C3 here, right?
But there's like Queen takes G8. No, sorry, that doesn't work. We gotta take the bishop first, maybe. But I mean, no way. This is not just winning for white. Queen F4 looks super strong.
Yeah, I was thinking of Queen F4, Bishop E5, Knight C5. I hadn't yet resolved it.
How about afraid to look?
No, I think we found something.
Okay.
I think we're in business.
This is mine.
Yeah. I feel like I must be a good luck charm for Jesse, because when I left, things were good, and I came back, things were
When I left,
kind
things
of
were pretty bad.
depressing,
Yeah.
and now.
Oh wow, things are getting spicy again.
Yeah, so he took on E7 and went G4. And now Queen 8 is on the board. We're thinking about Queen G5. We don't actually see something good here for black.
Wow. Okay, so he keeps things alive. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe more than alive.
Yeah.
Which move you suggest?
I guess Queen G5 we're looking Rook G8, but
Yeah.
it's not very nice.
Eugene.
Yeah.
I want to do an exercise in evaluate like a GM. So I'm saying, what's the evaluation baseline if we just go Queen E8, Rook E8, GF5, EF5, Rook F5? And I'm guessing that it's between 0.5 and 1.
Just let Eugene tell you.
Let him tell me the answer? I'm guessing he's
Tell you
gonna
what he thinks.
he's gonna evaluate if I'm right or wrong.
You want to tell me first, or you want to hear me first?
Oh, sorry. Jesse's found Queen G5, by the way, and gone
Yes.
for it. Or gone for
Okay.
Queen G5. Of course, he saw that he had two candidate moves.
Go.
Sorry, I'm just trying to test myself and get evaluated by Eugene
Okay, so let's wait for you to tell me then.
on my evaluating. So I'm looking at, without necessarily moving the pieces, Queen E8, Rook E8, GF5, EF5, Rook F5. And I know I'm better, and I'm guessing that it's between 0.5 and 1.
So it's equal material. Why do you think it's 1?
I think that my knight is better than the bishop.
Okay.
I think the rook on A1 is annoying black. I think their light squares are weak. And all my pieces are better. I've got control of E4 and D5. The C3 pawn limits their bishop. So...
Yeah, somehow I think you're over-optimistic for white.
Okay.
If white is better, it's by tiniest of margins. Because your knight looks visually better, but is it really better? Like, my bishop can go on E5, for example. And I don't think my bishop is much worse than your knight. I think the only... Plus, if you give rook check, I can block with rook E7, right?
Yeah, you can.
the only big advantage right now is this pressure on the A-file that paralyzed the A8 rook. But I don't see how you can take advantage of that. All the other things I feel are close to equal. Like your pawn structure, other than the A-file, is not necessarily much better. The F-file is not much either because of rook E7 block. Your king is actually further away from the action, which is in the end game. Nothing, I don't think you're that much better. If anything, I think it's a tiny. I think it's closer to equal.
Wow.
What do you think, Kostya? You'd be the judge.
Oh, okay. I thought white was better. I thought around 0.5. Just because I just felt like white has this nice grip, and I don't know, everything is. But you're stronger than both of us, so.
Nozol says refund.
Refuted.
I think he's saying I got refuted because I'd given my evaluation explanation earlier on the show.
Ah, okay. I mean, I definitely don't think it's anywhere close to +1. If anything, it's 0.3. But I don't see like a simple improvement plan for you.
I could go rook h5, rook e7, knight g5. Oh, but I'm not even winning the pawn because of h2.
Yeah, like you see, like you're like going for such tiny something. To me, that feels like you don't really have much of an advantage.
Yeah, it also felt a little artificial to me what I was doing. But
you can say like my knight on e4 is very strong, it's supported by the pawn. My rook on f5 is very strong. My pawn on b5 gives me the a-file. Like all of these are definite strength, but like you're not really making that much progress. And black is just rock solid at the moment. And unless you show me a clear sort of path forward, I think your advantage is minimal at best. And probably closer to equality if the game naturally continues.
Another idea would be maybe rook h5, rook e7, rook h6.
Yeah, but also keep in mind if my bishop's on e5, it's not easy for you to break it down. Like you have to look for d4 breaks with the pawn.
That's what I thought I would be threatening after rook h6.
Right. So, but the bishop can go to f4. You have to be careful about c4 and d5 breaks. Like if I play b6, then d5 becomes an issue. Your knight is not super stable because of that, so you have to be aware of potential counterplay. So again, my assessment is closer to like, if any advantage, it's minimal.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
And that's why queen g5 is played, because white has to be more aggressive and white has the initiative.
Yeah, just keeping the queens on the board seems like such a nice thing. I guess the only option we saw for black that I think wasn't like immediately losing was just queen g6. Although
we hadn't finished looking at this rook g8 move either, but
yeah,
gf wins a pawn, no?
Yeah, gf. I think ef maybe for black.
Right. Then you give back the pawn, you get the same endgame.
Similar endgame.
Similar to what we're looking at, yeah.
But maybe a better version.
So then rook takes f5. Queen g5, rook g5. The difference is black's rook is on h8 instead of e8. And so icy
that's a difference.
Gives us the line rook g5, bishop e5, knight c5, dc5, rook e5.
Oh no, rook and pawn endgame again.
Another rook and pawn ending. He's hitting the c5
Okay, but this
pawn.
is a much better version, right?
Yeah.
Right, than other stuff.
He's hitting the c5
You're
pawn.
Up, you're hitting the c pawn.
Yeah. So he's playing king d6, rook ae1, and asking if it's winning. That looks completely winning icy. My question would be b6 instead of king d6, maybe.
But same idea, I double. You can never trade on the e file.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, not only am I pawn up, but I have the e file.
Yeah.
That's the most, like, usually when you're down a pawn in the rook and pawn endgame, you have to get counterplay.
Yeah. So now white's
I
up
agree,
a
guys.
pawn.
Looks very good. Yeah.
Has the 7th rank. Another funny move for white would be rook h5, tying both black rooks to the rook pawns at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this looks very strong with the double rooks.
Kind of hilarious. But doubling rooks on the e-file looks easier.
Oh, we are approaching time pressure. They're already half an hour close.
Yeah.
Who did you interview?
I'm not sure if I should say just because
it's not
the
live.
broadcast on a delay. Yeah.
Oh, good point. Yeah, because you're gonna give away information.
I don't want to give any spoilers. Yeah.
No spoilers, guys.
You can tell us about
David,
your
if you go
interview in
back
20
to that
minutes.
line after bishop e5, I thought d4 is also quite nice for white.
Really? Oh, because
then
you're just going to play
rook
rook d1 and attack.
Yeah, rook comes to d1, just looks super dangerous for the king.
Oh yeah, that looks very dangerous. With the bishop actually has nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The endgame also looked winning. My question, I guess, would be rook g8 instead of bishop e5 at this point. Just, I don't see other candidates, so...
Yeah.
Oh, but then you just double rooks. So that's...
Right, that's easy.
That move's not long for the world.
Ooh.
And of course, bishop h6, rook to d5 is pretty simple.
All right, so this is more optimistic for Jesse than I thought.
So that's queen g5, queen g6, gf5. And the other thing
queen g6 doesn't work, then black has to come up with some other idea.
The other move that we looked at for a second, Eugene, but I mean it's pretty speculative, is rook to g8, and then against gf5, the idea would be to play bishop c3. As Jesse would say, do we believe it? No, but then we would work on it anyway.
It's an idea.
What were we thinking? We thought of queen f4 maybe.
Looks like I got to run again.
All right.
Guys, it's been a pleasure. See you all.
Good luck.
Good luck, Jesse.
Okay, so bishop c3. Yeah, this looks pretty tactical.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know where to begin.
Right.
My queen's under attack.
Yeah.
I can take on c3 and insert knight f6 check, right?
Yep. We know we can even play pawn takes c3 and leave our queen hanging. It's a candidate. So there's a few too many candidate moves.
I mean, that's like a safe line, right? For white.
Mm-hmm.
Safe advantage. There's also queen move and knight takes c5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like
so it'd be like
f4.
queen f4,
Good idea, knight
bishop
c5.
e5. I mean, if black doesn't go bishop e5, queen d6 is even worse, right? So
Right.
we're going to assume bishop e5, knight c5. I don't know what.
Not sure what's happening there.
King somewhere like c8, queen e4.
Yep. Looks crushing.
That doesn't really look playable for black anymore as we sort of clarify things. Maybe queen b5? Rook a c1?
Or knight takes e6.
Oh, right. Queen c6, rook c1 is fine. Yeah, I was being stupidly fancy or something.
So yeah, looks like bishop e3, bishop takes e3 doesn't seem to do anything.
Mm-hmm. I was just looking for something semi-desperate, you know, to trip white up. Some kind of... he's just played rook g8. Some kind of, you know, thing for white to have to calculate, get worried about.
Okay, so if g takes f, can black have another move besides bishop c3?
Okay. I mean, the only move that would scare me would be a bishop move. Anything else, I'm very happy with
Maybe
my knight
bishop
and my light
f5,
squares.
bishop e5.
Okay.
Jesse's taken on f5 relatively quickly here, 30 seconds. So he's playing what he's got to play. I'm really glad that he didn't spend 10 minutes worrying about bishop takes c3. It would have been excessive.
Yeah, that's a really very good practical decision on Jesse, not to worry about stuff like
that. Okay, gf5. Beautiful. So bishop e5 is what we were just asking ourselves about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that goes bishop e5. We don't necessarily need to be in a hurry to take on e6, right? Because that improves black's queen a little bit.
Yes, and it connects the rooks.
So maybe queen e3? Queen e3 or queen to the h file, right? Queen h6?
Queen h4.
Queen h4? Okay.
Looks good for white.
Mm-hmm.
All of the attacking ideas with the queens on the board are on the table, and you got your pawn back.
Uh-huh. So black's going to play like queen e7. But just... Actually, this threat of coming to h7 is pretty decent for white, maybe.
Constant threats with f6 or f takes e also, and d4.
Yeah.
This looks bad.
Yeah.
Black.
Okay. Patrick says don't take on h7. Maybe black will have rook g7. And to me, Eugene, this move queen e3 looks super strong. I'm trying to just play knight c5 check or d4 and just blow the center.
And you're not worried about queen h4, queen h5?
I didn't see it. Bishop e5 has just been played, by the way, folks. Queen e3, queen h5 comes in. So I guess I would play knight c5 check anyway here.
But then you enter maybe unnecessary complications because h2 hangs.
Mm-hmm. So you go king c8.
For example, king c8.
And I play rook f2. But black can play ef5, and maybe it's not so clear.
Huh. I mean, still white is the one with the initiative. d4.
Yeah.
Right? The king on c8, but you're still playing down the rook on a8.
There's a rook trapped on a8, right? Unless we do something dumb, we have to imagine it's actually winning at this point.
Right.
This position here. Okay. So bishop e5 has just been played, and there's definitely a choice here, right? Queen e3, queen h4, even queen h6. I mean, there's no reason that couldn't be a candidate move.
Yeah, I feel like queen h4 is the simplest out of all of them.
Okay.
For practical reasons, because you don't have to worry about h-file counterplay ever, while maintaining all the trumps of the position.
Yeah. It's funny, like, that endgame, you said the advantage was so small. Here we've got basically the same position with queens on the board, and it jumps to a decisive advantage, probably.
Not sure about the decisive, but big advantage, yeah.
I feel like if the rook stays on a8, eventually it's just winning. I could be evaluating wrong again, but
white has so much initiative that we have so many threats, like opening up. This is the difference with the queens on the board, guys. Black has such a weak king, versus on the other one, without the queens, black's king is actually not bad on d7.
Yeah. I mean, Jesse could even play knight f6 here. And in those other positions, you know, if I went for a pure rook endgame, I wouldn't have much advantage. But he just played knight f6. So now black's going to have to play e5, right? To keep the king from getting torn apart. God, he's
Maybe
going
he
for
rushed
like
it with knight f6.
what's that?
Maybe he rushed it with knight f6, I feel like.
He's going with like the one strong pass pawn again, right? Like in round 2.
Yeah, he simplified. Maybe this is way less risk,
It's
but
definitely
also
low risk as an approach.
closer to a draw than the other one. Like if black manages to trade queens and get active,
Mm-hmm.
the king on d7 is actually better than the king on h1.
Mm-hmm. That's true. And the king on h1 doesn't look like it's improving anytime soon. In fact, I have to be a
Exactly.
little careful around it.
So that knight on e4 was actually like securing the entire center. Now that diagonal is really breezy. I don't know. It feels like knight f6 is a concession.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're fast.
Yeah. Just one interview for now. All right, what's the action? What we got?
Knight f6 was played, which I don't like.
Rook G8 was played,
Yeah.
and then Knight F6. Again with the, just he's really trying to push the Rook endgame progression, you know, and it's like Jesse, just win the game. You don't have to always be promoting Dojo products.
I thought queen h4 was simpler with knight on e4 and all the threats
Queen H4.
after rook g8 instead of knight f6 check. There's queen h4 and then pressure on the f file.
Yeah.
But he didn't like something.
Oh wait, sorry, I missed the move. So it's Queen G5, Rook G8. He takes on F5.
Yeah. It takes on f5.
Yeah. Bishop e5.
Bishop E5.
Discovery, because bishop
okay.
e3 was risky with that.
Gotcha. So Bishop E5. That's the move I didn't see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no, maybe he didn't like after that line ef, rook f5, queen e6. Or queen g... Wait, queen g6 maybe he didn't like. Oh, maybe that's the problem, queen h. I didn't see queen g6. Also, there's some issues here.
Rook G5.
He's got rook g5 and queen h3 there.
Oh yeah, queen h3 is a cool idea. Yeah, rook g5 first maybe.
And rook g5 is pretty good too. Black has to watch out for queen g4 winning that rook. So maybe queen f7 is like the only
this
move.
was okay. Yeah, maybe this
Now we
is
have to
better
watch
than what he did.
f3.
With the queen and knight combo, I like more than queen and bishop.
I think what he could do now is queen h3 check in this situation. King c7, rook f1.
Feels like white is prescient here.
White's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, all the attacking ideas still. Well, that's water under the bridge, as they say.
Yeah, I kind of sympathize with Jesse's decision because you simplify the game. You're definitely still much better.
But you take way less risk.
Yeah, for sure. No, less risk and but I guess for me, I'm just trying to figure out, is the position like really, really good, or because it looks ugly for black.
As long as he doesn't trade queens.
As long as Jesse keeps the queens alive.
Right, exactly.
But the problem now is Jesse's king is also extremely vulnerable with this diagonal. And and the queen, if the queens get traded, black's king, as I mentioned, is ideally placed for the endgame. So I don't know, like even if he drops like the a pawn and like plays king b6, king b6. So it feels to me that Jesse is losing the advantage. I feel like it's closer to a draw. With accurate play.
Right. So what should black do now? EF? Or
EF is the most obvious move.
yeah.
Maybe there are other ways to trade queens. I guess EF, queen f5, if queen e6, queen takes h7.
Right.
You don't have queen e7.
Yeah.
And you have to play like some ugly move king c8, which I don't like.
Right, but if you get queen d5, you still have hope.
Yeah, but then maybe he can cut him off with rook f7 at some point later.
Mm-hmm. So
If
like
the queens get traded.
rook e1, queen d5, rook e4.
Yeah. Yeah, with the king on c8, I don't like this.
Wait, sorry. I mean, white can just go c4, right? And just like
Oh, just
c4
prevent
and
it.
control the whole diagonal.
Yeah. Yeah, with the king on c8, this is terrible.
Yeah.
Somehow,
Okay. Absolute seventh is
the
absolutely
control
winning.
of the seventh, you're basically down the rook on a8.
Okay. So I assumed that e5 would be automatic for black, but Novikov's spending quite a while on it.
I assume at e5 too, but the position stays rotten though, right? Because just the f pawn is so strong now.
Well, I don't know if it's that strong. You haven't pushed it to f7 yet.
True.
It takes time. You gotta move the queen, then you gotta push.
Okay.
Then d5 square gets weakened.
Here's a
Like
simple
if queen
line.
gets to f7, right? You also you have.
Here's a simple line that requires an evaluation. We go rook g1. Trying to take the g file, right? Play queen e7
Okay.
for black.
Yeah.
Queen takes queen check, king takes queen, trade the rook, rook a7. Right?
Yeah, that's a
exactly
good
the kind of
email.
thing Eugene was talking about. Now,
Yeah.
we pick a pawn and the black king's amazing. What's the evaluation here?
I feel like activity overcompensates.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Somehow, the active king, active rooks. Like maybe if we can, I don't know how to get the rook more active than this.
Mm-hmm.
But we can definitely make a run with the king to f6.
I was thinking black might play first rook b8 and then bring
Yeah,
the king
maybe
to
rook
f6.
b8 and then maybe the king.
And the king
gets
would
active.
still be
You're right.
super active. Because if we sack the b pawn, we're active, but that b5 pawn, I mean, it's really fast, and we've got no one around.
Yeah, rook b8 looks much simpler, right? King f6, king f5 next, and that's it.
And then it's
White's
just
not better.
black's good.
But I don't really get why we went for this. I know we're just evaluating the position,
Oh, I
but
just
it
wanted
seems
to
like
know.
white shouldn't want any rook in game. Like at all.
Agree.
Yeah, that's what I was
Agreed.
trying to tell. You want to avoid rook and pawn endgames.
Like e5, my first thought would be queen h4,
Yep.
and then maybe d4 next or f6
Mm-hmm.
or queen e4. If I can get my queen on e4, yeah.
Maybe queen f7.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And f7, let's say like c4. Just
Yeah, I like c4.
Okay.
And then queen e4 smother me in completely.
yeah.
Why not play queen e4 right away?
Yeah, give me an option to play d5, pawn sack.
Pawn sack.
Yeah.
This way I think it's more firm.
I would love to give my opponent options to hang their pieces.
No, it could be good, but I had the same thought. Like, d5, rook e8, why? Why do we want this?
Now you have to calculate, right?
Yeah. Team no calculation.
It doesn't take me a long time to calculate that I won a pawn. And you still babysitting a7.
Right. That's the problem. I think a7 is the culprit in all of it.
Well, you played rook
You can't even
a8.
activate the rook to e2, right? Because I just take on a7.
Yeah, you played rook a8 here, like happy for a tempo, and after I retreat, you'll go back to a8.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't see much compensation.
Yeah.
That's
No, there's no compensation. It's just
yeah, looks just bad, right?
That's what I like to hear.
yeah. So queen e4,
Well-
I think king c7 is more realistic, and then maybe we go d4. We've got to
True,
move.
with c4 we lose our d4 ideas.
Yeah. We've got the move king c7 was played without e5. There's a
Wow.
pawn sack for you.
Okay, this is a serious pawn sack. So if f takes e,
Wow.
he wants queen. What does he want?
Queen
Queen
b5
h5?
maybe?
But we always have queen f7. Now the rook endgames are looking
Yeah, yeah.
nice.
This looks. I don't know. Something with this king c7 looks fishy.
Very fishy. you want rook f8?
He wants queen f7, rook g6, queen f7, king b6, maybe.
Sorry, what line are you guys playing? Fe, what are you playing for black?
I want rook g6, queen f7, king b6. And hope for the best.
Okay. Starting to feel the Novikov trickiness, you know?
Yeah.
He's this crafty defender, huh?
And then some queen takes b5, queen c6 tricks. Like if e7, maybe queen takes b5. You still have to queen your e pawn. It takes time. Maybe I'll play rook e8.
Yeah, I mean, white has to be winning here, though, right? I mean, somehow.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Oh my gosh. Look at Icy's move in this position.
Wow. Rook a7? Wow.
Oh, what a move.
Good lord.
That's over.
Yeah.
That's Fabi-esque.
Although, is it
Wait,
over?
Queen F7.
Queen f7,
Yeah.
EF.
ef, king a7, f8, take, and then we have again rook and
No, king a7, rook check.
Rook check! Oh my...
Whoa!
Just leaving the rook hanging there. Okay, rook f8 instead. Rook f8.
Rook f8 looks like only move.
Is that a rook
Okay,
game?
still holding on.
Jordy, it was rook a1 check, trade the rook on a8, and then queen. It was
No, sorry, I think they were
disgusting.
asking on without trading queens.
Oh, without trading queens.
Yes, because Icy gave the line in the Twitch chat,
Right.
but you're just asking from YouTube.
Queen c7, setting up rook a1. Very hard to prevent.
Yeah, no, that's very nice. I mean, there's queen takes b5, queen a6, but that seems losing anyway.
Yeah, too many pawns.
Yeah. Jesse's played the move c4.
C4, that's so Jesse.
Was also a consideration here.
I like c4 though. I was thinking about
Yeah,
this.
I think after fe6, like you guys had us analyzing rook g6, but I thought queen b5.
Yeah, queen b5 probably makes more sense.
As my kind of a human is the move I would be scared about.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
for sure.
So he c4s to stop that for sure. But now he doesn't have d4. He still has breakthroughs with b4. It's not like the black king is.
It's a better version with the
In Fort Knox.
wasted tempo without rook g6. Yeah, much better. Yeah, c4 is Jesse type of move.
Yeah, that rook a7 was an insane move. And we did sort of find a defense to it, though. Takes, rook f8. Keeping our rook that white was trying to deflect and trade over on a7. And, you know, the game just goes on.
After c4, can I play king b6?
In the game, can you play king b6? You really like going to b6, huh?
I gotta run it again. See you guys.
Okay.
Okay, see ya.
Now more and more results are coming.
Why do you want the king on b6?
Oh, I just want to free the a8 rook somehow.
Or free the a8 rook. But at some point, I'll play queen c3, right? So, like king b6,
that's
I
bad.
play fe. And if you ever bring the rook out, I'll drop back to c3.
No, yeah, I don't like king. Yeah, queen c3 is a good idea. Maybe I have to just trade on f5 then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes
For
sense.
the lack of a better move.
Now the king's not on d7, so queen f5 isn't with check. We don't pick up h7 in the 7th rank. But maybe Jesse wants to play rook e1 now.
Yeah, rook a e1.
Yeah.
Rook A1, Queen G6.
Mm-hmm. Queen E7 check then by surprise. Oh no, there's a mate
Why?
on G2. Why did I play this? I was trying to
Now you
avoid a
have to
queen
worry
trade.
about this mate.
I was trying to avoid a queen trade.
Oh, I see.
I wanted to take D6 soon, you know. Okay, king B6, I guess. Rook G1. Does black have any move there?
Hold on, I had a move. Rook A, E8.
Mm-hmm. After Rook G1?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, Rook A, E8. So I have to trade queens, right? Or I was planning to.
But I'm happy to trade queens.
Okay. I take the pawn on D6. You have to go to C7, right?
Yeah.
I take on E7, you get D6, I get B7.
Not enough pawns for black, perhaps. But I have the F pawn.
You're running a bit low. Yeah, you have the F pawn. So it's 3 results. That's the fun part. It's not even 2 results. I'm only up 1 pawn.
And you're playing without a king.
I'm playing without a king and against that F pawn. Okay, I don't even believe this for white.
I don't know what's going on myself.
Okay. Okay, well definitely EF5 looks like the move for black to me. But I suppose he might also have Rook F8 as something to calculate.
Maybe. But he's got 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very tough decision for black. He wants to simplify, but how?
What do you think of the Rook endgames right now after Rook F8, Queen E6? They suddenly feel pretty good for white to me for like the first time.
Yeah, if black rook gets stuck behind that pawn E6 and white's king makes a dash for the center.
Right. Yeah, like the black king's not getting quickly into the center here, and I don't know, white's got Rook F7 maybe in some lines.
Yeah, this is the activity of white's rook is gonna overcompensate, and then the king starts to walk up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't like this for black.
Okay. First thought, Rook F8 doesn't look attractive. So EF5. I mean, that was messy at least a bit.
I want to create like attacking chances on the F pawn.
On EF5, we didn't calculate B6 check. Black could take it with the king. And then against Queen D6.
Block with the queen.
Block with the queen. That's easy enough. From black's perspective. You think black could play A6 here? What? That doesn't make sense. A6. There's people predicting it in both chats. A6. I don't know what world that move comes from. Are they trying to get the queen to C6?
Maybe. Yeah, that's not a usual idea.
Yeah. Highly. There's no way he's going to play A6 here.
Yeah, I mean, EF looks like the most human, but he's burning way too much time on an obvious move.
Yeah.
That means he doesn't like something about EF.
Yeah, who's ever suggesting A6 is from another universe. Definitely smacks of somebody using a computer to comment in chat. Makes no sense. I don't know
So
what
EF is
human would
played,
think
right?
of it. EF was played, yeah. I don't know what's wrong with E5 Abdul. It's a candidate move. It's just EF5 is another candidate move now. And yeah, then he plays it.
I think we didn't like E5 that like the F pawn, white's F pawn after Queen H4 gets a little dangerous.
Yeah.
Whereas
Yeah, I mean,
here black is really trying to simplify.
F pawn's pretty good. Queen H4 to E4 is pretty good. He spent 7 minutes on it. He's got 13 left. There is no second time control as far as move 40 or anything. There's just a 30-second increment here.
Yeah,
that's
I
all the
kind of
extra time.
agree with Nose that EF should be played faster than that. The problem is readjusting to now you're basically playing the rapid game, right, David? But you just played the classical game before. It's hard to adjust.
All right, Icy's got a variation for us. He's saying rook fe1 instead of rook ae1. Queen g6, check.
Ah, clever. He used the other rook, right?
King b6, and now rook g1.
Yeah, very clever.
So now there's no rook ae8 because white could just take on g6.
And the queen can't guard the 6th rank.
Right. Only square.
Wow, beautiful line.
To cover d6, queen h6.
So I have to use the rook g to go to e8.
Yeah. Now he trades
h6
on g8 and goes queen d7, preparing this rook a6 threat,
rook
which
a6, yeah, clever.
I had considered in other lines. I mean, black, once they get to play queen e3 or queen h3 or something, white's king is going to be mated, but one move too late.
This would be a beautiful line. You can't stop rook a6.
Both kings are pretty dead here, but the black one move first. Okay, so this is ef5. Jesse could consider taking on f5 with either piece, and he can consider rook e1 with either piece, right? Those are kind of the 4 main human candidate moves here.
Mm-hmm. I feel like this is lots of difficult decisions by white, too. Which rook to go to e1.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I'll be back.
All right. This is definitely a position where Jesse might burn a lot of time. If he starts looking at rook e1 and wondering if he's got a forced win with rook e7, then he could end up burning a lot of time, yeah. But he's also like a fairly practical player. He's more on the side of like, if it doesn't show him the forced win with a certain number of minutes, just moving on, and accepting that he couldn't find it in time. So whether or not we feel like he should depends on kind of each of our own instincts and how we tend to win or not win our games, right? Yeah, I don't want to wade too far off into this discussion, Dubpesky and Gefilte Fish, but for more than one human to suggest the move a6, I mean, the move makes no sense to me, right? Eugene wasn't going to suggest it. I wasn't going to suggest it. Kostya wasn't going to suggest it. Novikov wasn't going to play it. It wasn't even one of his candidate moves. You can interview him after the game and say, what moves did you consider on that move? A6 wasn't one of them, you know? So I can understand why Gefilte Fish feels like it's kind of annoying, right? We're in here guessing at moves as a group, and and if somebody wants to look at the engine on their own, sure, but then why would they suggest moves from an engine? It seems very likely that the move came from an engine as opposed to a person. I mean, you can never say for sure off of one move, right? But the instinct is weird move. So Eugene, the question for a second when you stepped away was, what kind of time we would spend on this position as white, right? He had 30 minutes-ish versus 13 here. And, how long do you look at moves like rook e1? Like, how much time do you invest in this? And I said, to me, it kind of depends on how much of an instinct you have that you have a winning move or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like white has to be very precise, and one imprecise move allows black sort of trade queens or simplify, and you lose all advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So I would probably start with forcing moves here, like rook f e1, rook a e1, and just calculate as much as I can.
Yeah.
And if it's too difficult, I will have backup moves like take on f5 as my backup move, right?
Right.
And then go from there.
Yeah.
But I think for a GM to calculate queen takes f5, queen g6, some kind of a trade, is obvious that there's no advantage for white.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we would naturally gravitate toward moves to keep the queens alive. And
right.
like rook a1, rook fe1 would be my top choice.
Right. So seeing that, queen f5 or rook f5, queen g6 is unlikely to go anywhere, that puts extra pressure on you. Like, this is the moment. Either I make one of these rook e1 moves work, or, I'm done winning the game.
I mean, maybe you can make an argument for queen f5, queen g6, queen d5.
Mm-hmm.
With idea rook f7.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels like we need more than just one idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because then maybe I can play rook h f8. Rook a f8, I mean. Because you have a back rank problem then. You can't ever take on a7.
Yeah.
So through this method of elimination, I would focus on rook fe1 and rook ae1.
Yeah.
And then I would do a comparison test, which gives me more options.
Yeah. Yeah. And pretty quickly we're looking at queen g6, rook g1, and whether we can deflect the black queen from d6. So it's not far
So this
off.
is critical line. Rook fe1, queen g6, queen e7, king b6, rook g1.
Yeah. Yeah, b4 is a very interesting move for white in a lot of these positions. As well mentioned by Dupeshki. In this position here, which we think is critical, Icy had suggested trading and going queen d7. Yeah.
Yeah, did we find any defense there?
I don't think we did. You have to be a bit creative to come up with this idea. I'd had one maybe defensive idea for black of moving the A pawn in this position. Because then the king has like a route to get out of rook A6 check.
I was thinking A5.
Okay, sure. Either way, I think the point is white then has to take with the pawn, right? Threatening queen b7 mate. And then...
Wait, this may be a forced mate here.
Okay.
A6, rook A6 wins, right?
Does it? Okay, well, we'll go A5 then, just to give white only one choice, right? So we take, and maybe black takes.
Yeah, black has to take because mate on B7.
And now maybe B4 now?
B4 is in the spirit. I'm not sure if it does anything.
Yeah.
It's like there's some risks to white here as well. So
tremendous risk.
If I notice that there's like risks, I may abandon this line and not finish calculating the deeper.
Right. Yeah, I mean, what else would we have? Yeah, there's a limit to the risk because white does have the perpetual with rook a6 check, but, I mean, not what he wants.
And we can't decoy that queen. So queen takes d6 mate. It's never happening.
No.
Okay.
Can we play b4 here?
Yeah, b4 is interesting, right? Just to sag that pawn.
To me, it's very human to look at b4 or d4 in this position. So let's just have a look at b4.
Rook a e8.
Rook a e8. Pawn takes pawn check.
dc.
dc. And if I can get away with it, I'll just play queen. Oh, but now black's queen's covering c6. Not exactly what I wanted.
So you have no threats.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be fine for black.
Yeah, okay.
So it feels b4 is too slow.
What if after rook e8 I go queen d7 now?
But then I force your rook of the a file. I take on
g1. And if I don't have a mate threat... Oh, not rook e2. That'll give me a mate threat.
Well, I have to watch out for queen d8, yeah.
Yeah.
So what
Why
should
we're
black
playing
play?
b4? We're playing b4 because we tried the other move and didn't see a clear answer to it. We have a move played, rook f e1.
Oh, that's our move.
That's the move we've been analyzing, yeah.
Yeah, good job. Well, at least he's following our recommendation.
Yeah. And even us moving the pieces, I mean, we haven't necessarily found the end of this all.
Oh, this is very complex. Yeah, this is where humans have no chance against engines. This is very precise move by move with all these tactics to both kings. Because white's king is not safe anymore. And that's the drawback of giving up that knight. Remember that knight on e4?
Yeah.
That was protecting the entire light square complex.
Yeah. It added a second direction to the street.
Okay, so let's see if you can find queen e7, rook g1 idea.
We don't know if that's the best idea even, do we?
It's the most fortunate idea we have.
Okay. He's doing it.
Because rook e7, king b6, you accomplish nothing.
Yeah. And it's
I'm
really
happy
hard to
giving up
stop
that.
checkmate on g2 at that point, right?
Okay, queen e7 played.
Mm-hmm.
King b6 is forced.
Yeah. Surely.
And probably rook g1.
Mm-hmm.
Because you gotta stop mate, right? So rook g1 is forced.
Yeah.
So we at least identified the critical line which happened in the game. And what did we say after rook g1?
Queen h6. And then there's choices. Queen d7, b4, d4. He's played rook g1. So he's on our wavelength so far. Lots of good moves. Another risk about the way Jesse's played this is he's not recapturing that f5 pawn, right? He's really going for broke, kind of.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely taking on a little bit more risk.
Yeah, because when black took on f5, I mean, there were normal moves taking the pawn. There were also, yeah, versions of rook e1 where maybe you then still take on f5 a move or two later, but no. Black doesn't have queen h5 right now because of queen d6. That's why we've been saying the queen had to go to h6.
So why isn't queen h6 played automatic? What are we missing?
Maybe rook g to e8 is a second candidate move. But now he's played queen h6. It was only a minute. It felt like a while. I think rook g to e8 could technically have been another candidate move. After queen d7, I think you basically just regret it, right?
Exactly, because then rook a6.
Just moved white towards checkmate. Guided him there, so to speak. The kind of move that sort of forces you to find the brilliancy, right?
All right, so now the options are to take in queen d7.
Yeah. Queen d7 without
b4.
taking. b4, d4. Taking and then b4, d4.
That's about it.
Yeah. I'll say this. There's a very, very high percentage chance that Jesse sees the general pattern of rook a6, check, queen c6. Because as a pattern, you know, we saw that coming many moves ago, you and I, right?
Jesse has been doing his Polgar mates.
That's true.
These patterns are very common in various puzzles.
Yeah.
It's really the only mating pattern in this position.
Yeah. But making it work out is a whole other thing, you know. It's not guaranteed that it works. So
it's played, right?
he traded on g8. Oh yeah, he played queen d7. Sorry. I was behind the live for a moment.
So what are the chances Novikov will blunder rook a6, guys?
0? No, okay, there's always something. I mean, he's got 13 minutes, and he's been playing a lot of fast moves here and there to keep things going. And the risk of the fast moves is always that you've just missed something, right? I mean,
because rook a6 is not an obvious unless... I feel like as a when you have white in front of you, it's easier to spot if you're black.
Yeah, but you're like your opponent plays this, you know, you play queen g6 expecting them to resign, right? Like,
yeah, I think queen d7 is kind of a big tell.
yeah. Queen f4 is another move that would probably kill white if not for rook a6. So.
And so we thought a5 is the only move, right?
Yeah.
Because a6 is rook a6, it's game over.
Yeah, at first I had not noticed that, but it's true. Let's put it on the board. We haven't yet. Here, check.
I'd had this idea maybe the king could sneak away through a7 because of queen a6, king b8. But the b pawn's a much stronger attacker if we keep it a b pawn. Here with b6
and now
check.
mate.
And that's one that Jesse would get, you know, faster than me. That's a Polgar mate. Takes me a while to see it. But. Okay, so that leaves a5. Played. And now he could take en passant.
You have to. And then play what? Did we say b4 after that?
I mean, we didn't really get very far with it, but yeah. What's wrong with
so let's
rook
look at it. So en passant.
Okay. Candidate moves b4, d4, queen a4, but we wanted to just try b4 first.
Yeah, b4 feels more natural than d4. But I mean, yeah, all of them have to be considered.
Trade made.
At least with b4, I open up the b file after b takes c5.
Mm-hmm.
Because after d4, dc5, dc5, I don't have any threats.
So if black played queen f4 in response, dc5. Well, now there's queen e6. So, I mean, black would have to play
You can play
a move.
queen g6 maybe.
Queen g6, yeah. Yeah. Nice one.
Or even take on d4.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, b4 feels more natural.
I was feeling like black would take on b4.
Yes.
Yeah, b4 without taking en passant Liard was another potential candidate move. Although,
By the way, white now, after taking on b4, always has perpetual with rook a6.
yeah.
So maybe I'll just play d4.
Okay. Oh, queen a4 now. Queen a4 now is improved, I think. Yeah.
Ah, queen a4 works too.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Thanks, Abdul. So now we go queen a4. Not 100% sure we can mate the black king if he ignores us with like queen d2 or something. Oh yeah, there's queen a7. There's queen a7. We don't let him. We don't let him go anywhere.
Queen e3.
Mm-hmm. Queen a6. You're gonna go to c7 now, and maybe be okay. But queen b4. There's also queen c7. Queen a5 check to d5 to g8.
Mm-hmm.
Winning?
Very nice.
Winning, yeah.
So after queen a4, what else?
My instinct just went white's winning here, by the way. Like, it just... My internal evaluation bar jumped with this queen a4 idea.
Can I start with king c7?
Right after queen a4?
To force you to play queen a6 and then queen e3?
Yes.
But now you can play queen a5 check first.
Mm-hmm. I can. I can also play this evil move, rook e1.
Uh-huh.
coming from all sides, even though there's only 2 pieces.
But rookie one, maybe just queen g7.
Queen g7.
Maybe somehow I can survive, although
Yeah,
not sure.
maybe. Yeah,
All you need to do is put the queen on d5, and now you stop all my attack.
Right. So it would be go like queen
Like
a5,
queen a5.
king d7, queen d5, king back to c7, and then
You
maybe
can pick up a pawn on f5 also.
maybe
check.
c5. Okay. Yeah.
All right, we went pretty deep, guys.
Yeah.
Let's come back to b4 push.
Yeah.
I feel like b4 is a very important move. But also, Jesse's under a lot of time pressure with 13 minutes left. It's like an intuitive move, though. You have to play it.
He went queen a4. So another candidate move
Immediate queen A.
we mentioned but didn't go pretty deep on. I think it more or less forces rook a8. And
In that case, maybe it's a simpler solution.
and then he can play b4. Right?
Is rook a8 forced?
I don't know. I sort of imagined it, but
It feels like it is, right? Because then queen a6 is almost like a mate.
rook a8 came quickly, so yeah. Novikov was on that page too.
All right, and now b4. The attack continues. It started at like move 10 and continues.
Yeah, so let's go b4, queen e3. Huge threat.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Queen f3 is a huge threat. Oh, maybe Jesse misplayed this, guys.
So that'd be queen f3, check, king g1, rook comes back to g8.
Yeah, I don't want to allow any of this.
So we got to take on c5 with the pawn.
Yeah, but it's not the same anymore. You lose all your advantage
Okay.
of attack. Right? Because I can just take on c5 with the queen. No, this can't be good. This may be queen a4 blunder. Black has just enough forces to cover all the threats. This is not good.
Yeah, I don't see anything special here. I don't know why it was such a big difference between b4 and queen a4.
Well, because the queen was guarding d6. That's why b4.
Right, black
queen was
couldn't
paralyzed.
move. Black couldn't move. So queen a4 tied down black's rook, but unleashed their
Yes.
queen. Ay, ay, ay. We tied the rook, but freed the queen. Oh, no. Somehow understanding it makes it more clear.
And bc is a big threat.
Right.
Oh, this could be the difference. b4 versus queen a4. The move order matters.
Yeah. What an intense game it is, too. Like, the players' nerves must have been through a lot by now.
Again, guys, we're doing it without an engine, so we don't know exactly.
Yeah, everything we're saying might be a mistake, and
Yes.
it might be the opposite.
You have to take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
But yeah, queen on d7 was paralyzing that queen on h6.
Yeah. I mean, she did have the queen f4 square, right? So there was still one move there with b4. Where there
Oh
would be
no,
some-
Jesse is down on time for the first time in the game.
Yeah. So with the queen on d7, b4, there would be one square for the black queen, which is f4, to advance towards the goals here. Then you'd have to take on c5. And if pawn takes, you have queen e6. That's the centralization. You pick up the rook and win. And if king takes, you have queen a7, which is...
Yep. And then rook a6 mate.
Winning. Seeming.
But maybe queen a7, king
King
b4?
b4, huh? Yeah.
What is going on? The king runs like crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a move in the game. Queen b3 check.
Yeah, but now just king c7, right?
Yeah.
And you run out of checks, and your queen on b3 is terrible.
Yeah. I think maybe he's going to play d4 next move.
But that also opens up e4 square.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he's just trying to get his queen to that long diagonal.
Not sure what he's trying. Now it feels like after king c7, it's white to lose this game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the king is weak.
Yeah, for sure.
The rook on a1, queen on b3 are misplaced.
King c6 instead of c7. Odd.
It probably doesn't matter.
Well, I mean,
Here
if
he
Jesse
gives him
lands
an
queen
option
f3 check, it might matter.
He also gives him an option to play queen a4 check.
Mm-hmm.
Or your queen f3 idea.
Mm-hmm.
But probably d4, he wants what? Queen f4?
Or rook a6 check, right? Another option.
Maybe, but then...
I mean, it's not a move to try to get the advantage. It's just another option.
Yeah,
that
it looks
he's
like some
allowed.
kind of a perpetual. Yeah, king c6 more like a draw. King c7, I think I'm playing for a win.
Yeah. Now Jesse's played d4.
Okay, so
I could read that.
can I play queen f4 now?
Yeah, queen f4 makes sense. Oh, he's played it. Now we
I'm a little bit nervous for Jesse's queen e4. He may miss this.
Well, he's got rook e1 as well here. Maybe d5, king c7, rook e1.
Rook e1 right away?
Yeah. Or with d5 first. To take one
Maybe
more
rook
square.
e1 right away sets up a trap. If queen takes d4, queen a4 check. King c7, rook.
King b6
e7.
though. King b6 though. But in any case, queen d4, there's
But
queen
then
f...
I have queen b3 perpetual.
Yeah, there's also queen f3 winning the rook. So
Right.
in any
That's
case,
easier.
you can.
Yeah, so rook e1 I like.
Yeah. But I think also d5 check first might be good because the king can't go to d7 yet because of queen b7. So the king has to go to c7, then you go rook e1. Heavy threat. Not easy for black.
Yep.
Not easy. Queen h4 maybe the move there.
Right, queen h4, queen e3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, wait. After rook e1, do I have rook e8?
Do I have queen a4? Oh, if I played d5, no. So d5, king c7, rook e1, rook e8.
Nasty.
Yeah. He's played rook e1 without the d5 check. He's a genius.
I think that's the right approach. You
Oh,
gotta keep
thank
up.
God. I would have gone d5, rook e1.
Yeah,
which
I didn't like
think
d5.
would have blundered back rank mate, basically. That would have been the end of the game.
All right, guys, now time pressure. This could be anybody's game.
Bravo, Jesse. That was a genius move. I bet Jesse is a ball of nerves here, my friends, from what I know of him. But he just came up with a couple sick moves for a ball of nerves.
Yeah, this is much more trickier. I feel like black can lose this too now.
Yeah. Anyone could lose it in one move at any point here. Just, I would have done it with d5.
This is very, very strong move, rook e1. I feel like
Igor might have done it.
queen a4.
Igor might have done it with king c6, right? Instead of king c7. I mean, right? That might have been a huge blunder, that king c6 move that surprised us all.
Right. I didn't know why he just set himself up for a check.
No, guys. Eugene was saying rook e8 in the position with d5, king c7 played. That's why rook e1 is correct first here. But I was talking about d5 check rook e1, and that's where there's no queen a4. That's where it would be a mistake. All right, rook e1. So the threat is d5 followed by what? King c7, rook e7, king d8 doesn't even work. What is the threat even? It's queen a4? Eugene?
Maybe queen a4.
We're not even sure what the threat is, which is even more disorienting for black in the time scramble because you sort of like blunder into a threat that wasn't on the board.
I mean, queen a4 is an interesting idea.
Mm-hmm. Takes the pawn. All right. So the big Kostyatsk is queen a4 now. Jesse doesn't have a lot of other moves to play, does he?
It's kind of forced.
Yeah.
And the question is it perpetual or is it mate?
Mm-hmm.
What's your intuition?
Oh, I just found a hell of a move, Eugene. Queen a4, king b6, c5. You see a move that wasn't available before black played cd.
Yes, I did consider c5, but what? King takes c5?
Then rook c1.
No,
Oh, I can't.
unbelievable.
I can't play rook c1. My move was a blunder.
Yeah, you always have queen a5 check. Okay, you can make a draw. Queen a5, queen a4 there.
Yeah. But I'm not mating at all. Jeez. How hard is it to just mate somebody? Mateovich.
Okay, but at the moment, black has no threats.
That's what I like to hear. Tell me more, Eugene.
Maybe we can do something else besides queen a4 check.
Icy says just play c5 right here.
Maybe c5 right away.
Good lord.
I don't know if that works.
Yeah, nobody does. Nobody knows.
But what has changed if I play king takes c5?
He wants to go queen b7, taking control of the long diagonal and hoping the next move b4 will do something, though I could see the king still slithering away.
Wow, that's a crazy line. That's not Jesse's type of line.
No, not.
Jesse will take the perpetual now with no time. I predict perpetual.
A fair prediction. You know what to predict if it were me. Some kind of blunder like rook c1. I would never take the perpetual.
Yeah, you're more of a risk taker.
More of a blunder maker. What does black play after c5? They take with the king. Queen b7, I don't know, rook to g8 or something.
But if rook g8, maybe I can rush your king to b3 and queen d5 check it.
That's true. That's an exposed square. Every square is exposed to something. Ay, ay, ay. 5 minutes against 10 now.
c5 is a very gutsy move. I don't think he can pull himself to play it. When you have such a safe move like queen a4, that's not his style. I don't think he's gonna risk it.
Yeah. Maybe you should have played queen a4, queen b3 really quickly once.
Yeah, with the 30-second increment, but you know what your opponent's gonna do.
Repeat once as well without breaking a sweat.
Without thinking, yeah.
Yeah. How about rook e7 now? Queen f1, Tom. That's what's restraining white quite a bit. Yeah, we shouldn't forget that black can also blunder. I mean, this position's insane. Everybody's allowed to blunder. Everybody's tired. Jesus. I mean, this game got intense around move 7 or so, Eugene, and it's maintained a degree of tension that's really out of this world for 27 moves.
So the big mistake was queen a4 without insertion of b4 first.
Perhaps, yeah. That's a theory. c5 played!
Oh my god! Jesse is a maniac after all.
He's playing like
He's
his
going
opening.
for broke.
He's playing the aggressive repertoire. Aggressive. That's the word.
Okay, but wait a second. Let's not get carried away. He always has queen a3 perpetual.
Yeah, but okay.
So it's not such a big risk-taker move yet.
Yeah, I mean, perpetuals are still abound. If king c5, queen b7, what's the square for that rook? Is it safe on h8?
It's nowhere safe. So if rook g8, we were calculating what? b4 check, king c4, queen c6.
Yeah.
King b3, queen d5 wins, right? King d3,
Yeah.
rook d1 check.
King d3 is something else. Maybe queen a6 against king d3. What does the engine say? We don't know, man. We don't know.
Yeah, queen b7 is a killer move.
It would kill a lot of the tension if we knew what the engine said. I mean, there'd still be some tension because we wouldn't know if the players are going to find it or not, but it would... I mean, we wouldn't be searching in the same excited way. I hope he didn't plan rook c1 mate and... Queen a3, okay.
Yeah, I told you he was going to take the draw.
Oh, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe he's just getting out of the way so we can sack the b pawn too, you know?
Yeah, black can't really do much.
Jesse is like quickly morphed into an absolute beast. I mean, it was one thing to like come up with this fun repertoire for amateurs to, you know, have an easy way to have a fun time. But he's just playing it against GMs now, and he has to play the part fully.
So what, we predict king c6?
I didn't predict anything, but yeah, king c6 came.
Okay, now queen a4 is the draw offer.
It's also the
Not
only.
yet.
It's also
It's
the
just
only
one
move.
repetition once, not yet.
Yeah.
He is almost in the same situation as Fabi against Nepomniachtchi from the candidates last round, when Fabi was winning, but he like started repeating and then messed up.
Mm-hmm.
And here again, Jesse has this tempting move to repeat or play this queen b7 idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the queen b7 move was madness, but I believe in it. Because even if that rook went and hid somewhere on like h8 or something where you couldn't take it, you could play b4 check, king c4, queen takes a6 check, right? You're chasing that king around like crazy. You've got a passed b pawn as well. The king's really low on squares, and you always have perpetual later. So I think, all right, queen b4, king here. He can't get the rook in right now, can he? There's no way in for the rook. It looks like there's nothing.
You have an option of queen c4 check.
But repeat. And then king b6.
But then what? Yeah, that how do you make, like, then maybe rook c... No, then queen f3.
Oh, maybe queen d5 could be a way to maybe keep going a little bit.
But you have no threats.
Yeah, it's hard to believe in, right?
Yeah,
if you didn't go for queen b7, you're not just going to go for queen d5. Doing sort of nothing. Yeah, I don't see any way to really keep this going here. Ay. Man, it was so close. I think the queen b7 move would have been some version of better for white. Not a clear win, but...
He's thinking about about what else?
Yeah, I don't know what else. Is there any world where you could move the rook here? His queen's covering f1 and c1 and g8. So
he
could he
try
be
queen b3, king c5, queen b7 now?
But the king's going to c6 now, right? It's not allowing that anymore. But he
Right.
could maybe play rook e7 here, Eugene. It's insanity, but yeah. Okay, repetition it is.
Yeah, there's no justification for unnecessary risk.
Yeah.
He definitely missed his chance in this game. He was crushing Novikov. Probably he is kicking himself for queen h5 intermezzo was the easy one that I remember.
Early on.
And after that, maybe this knight g5 against bishop g5 we didn't like. Knight g5 was much simpler. Second moment.
Yeah.
And maybe this queen a4 move instead of b4. So I think 3 moments.
Yeah. I don't know if maybe we analyzed with a white bias, because it's hard to imagine that he had like 3-4 wins, you know, starting around move 10. I don't know. Could it have been that easy? He might have seen defenses to some of those moves.
Yeah, we're only human guys. We're not using engines.
Queen g5 looked sort of killing, but I don't know. After that, it was always complicated. Yeah. Well, I mean, we all had fun, everybody, right? All of us. That.
Oh yeah, that was a
that's
fun
clear.
game.
We all had fun.
Definitely enjoyed the Grand Prix.
Yeah. What a cool opening. So now he's on a win, a loss, and 2 draws. 2-2. Even score. He's in great form, but not yet threatening to win the tournament. So, yeah. We'll see here. I'll update my Jesse command.
Is Kostya gonna interview him, even though it's a draw?
I don't know. See, are all the results in for today? 4 draws. The only win, Larry Christensen against Shaba. I mean, we saw that. Like,
we knew that Christensen's gonna smoke him.
Where he couldn't castle. It just didn't make sense what he did there at all, unfortunately.
He just has Shaba's number.
Yeah. Let me see what happened that game. So in the position with e5, he just he did go knight g5. We predicted rook d8, and then he just put his king on d2, and yeah. And then he just played a middle game with a bad pawn structure and a bad king. And nothing good. Oof. Brutal. How many days are you hanging out in St. Louis, Eugene?
Just a long weekend. I'll be back.
Just a
Monday
weekend.
back home.
Cool. But it's nice to get a different taste of your old chess life.
Oh yeah, I love it here.
Yeah,
St.
super
Louis
fun.
is the chess mecca.
Yeah. Cool. All right, folks. Well, it's 1 a.m. for me. So I'm going to just wrap things up quickly once it's done.